Good morning, honorable members. Proceedings, can you please indicate as to whether we form a quorum or not? Because it's already 10:05. It's 2 minutes past 10. The meeting should start.
Speaker and honorable members, yes, we do have a quorum. We can proceed with the House sitting.
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members.
Morning, honorables.
And the listeners.
Morning, Speaker.
Yeah, okay. It's a normal House sitting. I'm going to ask that you not necessarily respond to my greetings. We'll behave in the same manner that we are behaving in the House. But thank you for saying good morning to me as well. So I'm going to greet everyone once again. Bahiba Gauteng, the Honorable Premier, members of the Executive Council, members of the Provincial Legislature, the Chief Whip, the leader of all leaders of political parties represented in the legislature, the Integrity Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, the people of Gauteng, and all guests, you are all welcome. As you all know, this meeting is wholly virtual. So, and we are going to consider all of the questions that are in the order paper today. So moving to announcements, the Honorable F. Ngobeni requested to present his announcement, and I'm going to give him an opportunity to do so. And I'm also going to ask all of you that you switch your videos off. You'll only switch it on when you speak. Honorable Ngobeni, your video on, please, and then let's hear your announcement.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and good morning to all members. Honorable Speaker, I rise on behalf of Action SA in the GPL to formally announce to this House that on Saturday, the 9th of May, 2026, at Nel Mafias Community Hall, Mamelodi, Dr. Nasiphi Moyo was officially announced as our mayoral candidate for the city of Tshwane. The announcement was made during a keynote address to residents and stakeholders gathered in Mamelodi. Dr. Moyo, who has had a privilege of serving as Action SA first ever executive mayor and leading our nation's capital over the past 18 months, has accepted the nomination to lead our campaign ahead of the local elections scheduled for the 4th of November. Dr. Moyo has asked the residents of Tshwane for 5 more years to continue the critical work of restoring the municipality and deepening the progress already underway in fixing the city after left broken for 8 years of poor leadership from another party which we will not mention. Dr. Moyo's vision for the cities is anchored in 5 core values: driving economic prosperity, ensuring financial stability, rebuilding infrastructure, and restoring the rule of law, and also in maintaining ethical leadership. Action SA is incredibly proud of the foundation of recovery she has laid during her tenure, which has successfully guided the city away from the brink of financial and administrative collapse. We look forward to continuing this vital work to build a capital city that is for all residents and that all residents can be proud of again. I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable members, we are now moving to MEC statements in terms of Rule 79, subsection 1. Honorable Mutara has a statement. Honorable Mutara.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and morning to honorable members. Honorable Speaker, the Gauteng Department of Human Settlements notes with serious concern the reckless and misleading allegations made regarding the Everton Ablution and Sanitation Project. This project was implemented to restore dignity to residents living without proper sanitation infrastructure. Through this intervention, the department delivered 30 full ablution facilities across wards 41, 42, and 44 in Everton, replacing unsafe and undignified pit toilets with proper sanitation services. Each facility includes toilets, showers, and urinals for both men and women and serves between 8 and 10 households, directly benefiting approximately 240 to 300 households in the area. Honourable members, this was not merely the installation of structures, as some would want the public to believe. The project included critical bulk infrastructure work such as sewer pipeline construction, water connections, relocation of underground services, and demolition of old infrastructure. Of the 30 facilities completed, 29 are fully operational and connected to the sewer network, with the remaining facility currently being addressed through an alternative engineering solution. The department rejects any baseless insinuation of corruption. The project was procured through approved departmental processes in line with the PFMA and Treasury regulations. What is most unfortunate is the willingness by some to weaponize the suffering of our communities for political point scoring, while ignoring the lived realities of residents who today have access to dignified sanitation because of this intervention. As a caring government, we remain focused on delivery, not political theatrics. We will not allow political point scoring to undermine programs that materially improve the lives of our people. Instead, we remain focused on service delivery, dignity, restoration, and expanding access to basic services in our communities. That is why phase 2 of this program has already commenced and will deliver an additional 150 ablution facilities to benefit up to 1,500 more households in Everton by May 2028. I thank you.
MEC, are you done? MEC?
I am, Speaker.
Thank you very much, MEC. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 81, subsection 1, member statements, we have 6 statements and I allowed all of them. Just a gentle reminder, honorable members, that member statements are allocated only 2 minutes. So we'll take Honorable Mfikwe's member statement. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In accordance with Rule 81, I table the following member statement. Greetings to honorable members on the platform. I rise today to sound alarm on a crisis quietly consuming our most vulnerable tertiary students. What begins as a desperate attempt to fill empty cupboards while waiting on delayed NSFAS funding is fast becoming a devastating cycle of debt, addiction, and academic collapse. Students who have not received their NSFAS lump sums are targeted aggressively through gambling advertisements in their emails or social media profiles. Money allocated for food, travel costs, buy books, or simply to purchase basic items is squandered within hours of days by students who find themselves in debts, missing classes, and experiencing mental health problems through gambling. Others have left universities altogether. It has nothing to do with individuals, but complete failure of a system designed to provide our young adults financial support. Gambling industry has found a new market in our most financially fragile young people, and the Department of Higher Education cannot continue to look away. I want to use this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to ask the department to move fast. Firstly, gambling advertisement and direct sign-up should be prohibited from university portals, student emails, and Wi-Fi networks. Secondly, a suggestion that NSFAS should consider a different contribution process for its bursaries. Moreover, I appeal to the department to urgently initiate a properly funded program on campuses concerning financial literacy and addiction issues. In addition, Madam Speaker, the department should collaborate with the police force or trace and arrest any illegal online gambling operators targeting students. Honorable Speaker, we cannot just watch as a quick fix turns into a lifetime disaster. The silent killer of student gambling is destroying NSFAS bursaries and robbing our young people of their future. The department must act immediately before another student becomes a victim. We're calling on saving these young people from gambling addiction, Madam Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable Kunene, your 2 minutes.
Honorable members, the creation of favorable conditions for multinational corporations to flourish is regarded as a key driver of economic growth. It is for this reason that as the ANC, we are deeply encouraged by the announcement by the Chinese automaker, Jetou, over plans to invest more in our country. Madam Speaker, Jetou unveiled plans to manufacture its T-series models in our province at the newly acquired Cherry Group production plant in Roslyn, Botswana. The Chinese automaker will begin producing its T1 and best-selling T2 models locally starting in 2027. Honorable members, we are pleased to announce to the people of our province that Jetou plans to produce over 50,000 units annually in our country. This initiative is expected to create more than 3,000 jobs for locals in the manufacturing and supply chain sectors respectively. Speaker, this expresses the fact that effective governance alongside transparent policies fosters investor confidence and builds a stable foundation to attract both domestic and foreign investments. I wish to commend the ANC-led Gauteng government of provincial unity for driving key economic policies that unlock opportunities and preserve our province status as the country's industrial hub. Siyabonga, Comrade Prima Lesufi, for your leadership and vision, which continue to position Gauteng as a preferred destination for investment. Danke sikhulu sami, siyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gunene. Honorable Mokgobe.
Thank you so much, Speaker. Good morning, honorable members, Premier, the Chief Whip. Speaker, the African National Congress notes with serious concern the growing prevalence of illegal and non-compliant business operation within many of our communities across Gauteng townships. As the ANC, we remain fully committed to building vibrant township economies, supporting small businesses, youth entrepreneurship, localization, and inclusive economic participation. For us, this remains critical in addressing the unemployment crisis in Gauteng, particularly amongst young people. Speaker, youth unemployment rate remains alarmingly high, and township economies must serve the interests of local communities, informal traders, and emerging Black entrepreneurs who continue to face poverty, exclusion, and limited access to economic opportunities. However, Speaker, economic participation must take place within the framework of the law and in full compliance with the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Our townships continue to raise concerns about business operating without trading licenses, health compliance certificates, zoning approvals, labor compliance, documentation, tax compliance, and in some instances, the necessary immigration documentation required by law. These unlawful practices undermine the compliant business and they distort the fair competition and place community health and safety at risk. The ANC, together with its leagues, has consistently maintained that all businesses operating in South Africa must comply with municipal bylaws, labor legislation, health regulations, immigration laws, and all applicable legal frameworks. We therefore, Speaker, support strong enforcement against illegal businesses, operations, labor exploitation, corruption within licensing systems, and undocumented economic activity. In this regard, Speaker, we support the Memorandum of Demand submitted to the South African Police Service by the African National Congress Youth League Grace Fatela Zone, led by Lefahlong Ekurhuleni on behalf of affected communities, calling for stronger law enforcement interventions and improved compliance and monitoring. We further call for stronger coordination between the South African Police Service, Home Affairs, municipalities, SARS, and Metro Police, labor inspectors, and community safety structures to ensure visible and effective enforcement of the law. The ANC believe that township economies must be formalized, regulated, inclusive, developmental in character. They must empower lawful entrepreneurs, support youth-owned enterprises, create sustainable jobs, contribute meaningfully to local economic growth and community stability. We therefore call on all relevant authorities to act decisively, transparently, urgently, and constitutionality to restore order and strengthen compliance, protect lawful businesses, and safeguard our communities. Down with illegal spaza shop, down. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mukhove. Honorable Muri.
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings, everyone. Today, as we commemorate International Nurses Day, Action SA rises to pay tribute to the nurses of Gauteng. They are exhausted, they are overworked and underappreciated backbone of our provincial healthcare system that is currently buckling under immense pressure. While the provincial government undoubtedly issue empty platitudes today to celebrate our nurses, the reality on the ward floors tells a story of absolute desperation. Our healthcare workers are facing total burnout, Speaker, forced to serve a rapidly growing population of over 16 million people using a severely outdated staff establishment designed in 2006, 20 years ago, Speaker, for just 9.5 million population. I recently received a response from the Premier regarding the delayed approval of the Gauteng Department of Health modernized staff establishment. The Premier outlined a legally timeline, bureaucratic alignment, and consultation stretching into the end of May 2026. The Premier claims that while this structure undergoes approval, nothing precludes the department from recruiting personnel to fill vacancies that are funded. Yet the lived reality of our nurses proves otherwise. They are dangerously overwhelmed, Madam Speaker, forced daily to navigate life-threatening shortages that compromise patient care. The provincial executive's reliance on endless red tape creates the profound perception that they lack all sense of agency and care for our nurses. We cannot celebrate nurses on the one hand and subjecting them to hazardous working conditions on the other. Action SA demands that the Premier and the MEC immediately bypass all these administrative delays, endorses the complete organizational structure that he spoke to, and invoke an emergency mechanism to fast-track the filling of those clinical posts. Our nurses deserve more than just a day of recognition. They deserve fully staffed hospital, safe working conditions, and a government that treats their cries for help with the urgency they require. Happy International Day to all our nurses in Gauteng. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muri. Honorable Evans.
Honorable Speaker, in accordance with Rule 81, the Patriotic Alliance would like to give a platform to voices of parents, communities, and children whose dreams are slowly being crushed. In 2023, 13-year-old Cristiano Moffat from Gelukdal attended in 2023, 13-year-old Cristiano Moffat from Gelukdal, a talented colored young cricketer, became the leading wicket taker at the Under-13 Regional Week. In 2024, his parents reclassified him from colored to black African under Cricket SA's transformation rules and targets to better opportunities in the sport he loves. This rule governs racial classification and quota compliance, which forces families to ask painful questions they should never have to ask in a democratic South Africa. In 2025, he made the Eastern Under-16 National Week team, finishing as the joint leading wicket taker in the country. During the 2026 Under-17 National Talent Classification Camp, which happened between the 8th and the 9th of May, he was not involved nor considered. Madam Speaker, how do we explain this to a child? How do we tell a young boy who has worked hard, performed brilliantly, and represented with pride that it is still not enough. What must our children from underprivileged communities do to receive equal opportunities? These are not political questions. They are human questions. The issue of not transformation itself, the issue is not transformation itself. We all believe in fairness, inclusion, and opportunity. The issue is the confusion, contradictions, and heartbreak ordinary families are facing. Our communities, parents, and children are tired. We sacrifice too much to watch our brightest young talents fall through the cracks of a system they do not understand. Today, these words may be simply read aloud, but as the Patriotic Alliance, we feel the pain behind every single sentence. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Evans. Honorable Ali.
Thank you so much, members. Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. A very good morning to one and all. We as the Gauteng Provincial Legislature are creatures of statute. We're nothing if not governed, sustained, and upheld by laws. It's in our name, for goodness sake. We're the legislature. We legislate. We are not just lawmakers or guardians who ensure that laws are implemented, respected, and protected, but we ourselves carry out our responsibilities under the auspices of rules that govern us. So how can it be that this august house can allow itself to fall prey to those who are hell-bent on undermining its authority? How is it possible that reports adopted by this house can be treated as mere suggestions, mised by members of the executive or sent back to sender by departmental officials and then blue-ticked by all and sundry? It's a slippery slope, Madam Speaker. If we allow ourselves to behave as we please, disregarding what we should hold dear, we'll wake up one day and find that we are too far gone, having lost all respect from our communities and having lost respect for ourselves. In March 2024, Member Mfigwe, the then chairperson of the Economic Development Committee, tabled a report which subsequently was adopted by this House. Page 11 of that report reads as follows: a forensic audit on the operations of Family Tree, including their partnership with the department, should be conducted. A report on this should be submitted by the 30th of April 2024, close quote. These words were first heard by this House in the 6th administration. It's simply unfathomable that 2024 came and went, no investigation report in sight. We continued to sound the alarm in 2025, Dololo report, and now the deadline of the 4th of May 2026 has come and gone, and surprise, surprise, the Department of Economic Development has neither explained themselves nor apologized for giving this House the middle finger. It's preposterous. We cannot move on as if nothing has happened. Our failure to hold those responsible to account will be the beginning of the end. So let this be a case study. Let it be a marker. Let it be a pin location where we take stock of the kind of legislature that we are and the kind of legislature that we want to be. Do we want to be those who are led by the rule of law or the people who are running amok? We must decide. But we must also know this, that where there's no vision, where there is no guidance, people will perish. Where there is no revelation, people will cast off restraint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ali. Honorable members, motion without notice in terms of Rule 120. I now recognize the Chief Whip, Honorable Makubela, to table the motion. Honorable Makubela. Honorable Makubela, or the Deputy Chief Whip.
I
Honorable
see
Makubela.
Zaza has a network problem, yeah.
Honorable Makubela.
Madam Speaker, he says he has a network problem. He just sent a message in one of the groups.
You can, nobody else table it on his behalf, maybe the Deputy Chief Whip.
Honorable members, I'm arranging that. Front desk, can you send it to the deputy, to Honorable Mokobe? Oh, there you are.
Madam Speaker, I'm here on the
Yes.
phone. I've not
Okay.
received any motion without notice.
Okay, we'll come back to that. We move right along, giving notice of a motion in terms of Rule 121, there's none. Our stakeholders who have joined us on the platform, they are all welcome. And then I'll move to apologies. We have an apology from the Premier due to other pressing matters. Honorable Mama Vulo will answer his questions. Yeah, will respond to his questions. Honorable D. Adams is attending the NCOP, taking Parliament to the people in the Northwest Province, but he is also able to join us online later on. Honorable Gunene is in the same meeting. Honorable Kumalo is also in the same meeting. Honorable Schneemann is also in the same meeting, including Honorable Klaba. They are also, she's also in that meeting with them. Secretary, please read the first order. Secretary, can we have the first order, please? Proceedings, can we have the first order, please, Secretary?
You see, Madam Speaker, these are the reasons I don't like online meetings.
Oversight
They are just
Committee.
problematic.
Yeah, honorable members, can you please allow me to chair the meeting so that we have order? I'm going to plead with you that you allow me to chair the meeting.
Speaker, am I audible?
Just hold on. Who is this?
This is Dineo Proceedings.
Yeah, can you please read the first order?
Yes. Oversight Committee on the Finance Portfolio Committee's report on the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Bill B5-2026, Section 76. Thank you.
Honorable Musai.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to you, honorable members and the people of Gauteng. Madam Speaker, I would like to request that the parts that have not been read be regarded as having been read. I hereby table the oversight report on the Division of Revenue Bill Final Voting Mandate B5-2026. The Division of Revenue Bill 2026 is a key legislative instrument. It gives effect to Section 214 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996, by providing for the equitable division of nationally raised revenue among the national, provincial, and local spheres of government. It also sets out the conditions for the allocation of funds to provinces and municipalities, and it outlines the responsibilities attached to the conditional grants and other transfers. As part of the parliamentary process, the provincial legislatures are required to consider the bill in terms of Section 76 of the Constitution, as it directly affects provincial interests and the functioning of the cooperative governance. In this regard, the negotiation mandate report serves as an important mechanism through which the legislature assesses the policy, fiscal, and service delivery implications of the bill and communicates its provincial position to the National Council of Provinces. This report reflects the legislature's consideration of the 2026 Division of Revenue Bill, informed by the briefings from the relevant departments, stakeholder submissions, and deliberations by the Portfolio Committee on Finance. It evaluates whether the proposed allocations adequately respond to the development priorities of the province, including the need to strengthen basic service delivery, address infrastructure backlogs, support municipalities in financial
distress and promote fiscal sustainability. The report further seeks to ensure that the principles of equity, transparency, accountability, and efficiency are upheld in the allocation and use of public resources across all spheres of government. It therefore presents the legislature's negotiation mandate, including recommendations and proposed amendments where necessary for consideration by the NCOP during its final deliberations on the bill. Madam Speaker, the following process was therefore followed. The Speaker of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature formally referred the bill to the Finance Portfolio Committee. On Friday, the 24th of April, 2026, the Portfolio Committee received a briefing on the bill from the NCOP Permanent Delegate, Honorable Dennis Ryder, supported by officials from National Treasury. As required by the standing rules of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, the Portfolio Committee invited public submission on the bill through electronic media. On Monday, the 4th of 2026 of May, the Portfolio Committee also received the socio-economic impact analysis, the legal opinion, and the view of the Gauteng Executive Council on the bill. Thereafter, the committee deliberated, adopted the report on the bill, which would be tabled at the NCOP plenary. On Monday, the 4th of May, 2026, Portfolio Committee received presentation also on the socio-economic analysis, the legal opinion. On Monday, the 11th of May, 2026, the committee convened to deliberate and adopt the final voting mandate on the Division of Revenue Bill. The minutes of the NCOP Select Committee on Appropriations meeting held on the 6th of May, 2026, confirmed that there were no amendments on the bill as referred. In terms of the outcome of the negotiation process, the committee mandated Honorable Ryder to table the negotiation in favor of the bill with 4 recommendations. That National Treasury should accelerate the review of the provincial equitable share formula to ensure that it more adequately accounts for rapid urbanization, population density, and service delivery demand in economically active provinces such as Gauteng, while maintaining the redistributive intent of the framework. The National Treasury should ensure that revisions to allocations, including those arising from data updates and CPI adjustments, are managed in a manner that minimizes volatility and supports effective medium-term planning by provinces and municipalities. That the National Treasury should continue to rationalize and streamline conditional grants to reduce fragmentation. National Treasury should also prioritize increased and more flexible funding for infrastructure development and maintenance. National Treasury should advocate for and support the expedited review of the white paper on local government with a particular focus on reassessing the revenue-raising powers of municipalities. All 9 provinces voted in favor of the Division of Revenue Bill as referred. Responses are awaited from National Treasury on the recommendations by provinces. After due consideration, Madam Speaker, the Finance Portfolio Committee, in accordance with Rule 163, adopted the report in support of the Division of Revenue Amendment Bill, Section 76, as referred, and recommends its adoption by the House. The Portfolio Committee extends its gratitude to the Honorable MEC Ndunga, the Head of Department, Ms. N. Mnyani, and officials of the Gauteng Provincial Treasury for their cooperation during the processing of the bill, and want to thank and appreciate all members of the Finance Portfolio Committee, including all the officials. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masai. Honorable members, is there a seconder?
Yes, Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Honorable Muhove. I now put the question. All those in favor say yes.
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 Okay, those that are not in favor say no. So the yeses have it and the yeses have it and the report is adopted. We now move to the second item on our agenda, questions for oral reply to the executive in terms of Rule 135. Honorable Moody, can you please read your question to the Premier for the Department of Community Safety?
Thank you, Speaker. I will ask the question on behalf of Honorable Modi.
Okay, Honorable Ngobeni, proceed, please.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the deeply alarming statistics indicating that Gauteng SAPS accounts for a staggering 65% of all corruption cases reported against police members, specifically recording 52 out of 80 total cases, and noting that this disproportionately high rate of criminality within our ranks severely undermines the public trust in law enforcement. Will the MEC, the Premier, please answer the following? As the political head responsible for policing oversight in the province, what immediate targeted intervention is the department implementing to directly address why Gauteng's law enforcement structures are overwhelmingly driving the national police corruption statistics?
Copied in the email that has just been sent.
Can the MEC provide a detailed, itemized breakdown of the 52 reported corruption cases in Gauteng, specifically indicating the exact police stations where these incidents occurred, the ranks of the implicated officers, and the exact nature of the corruption allegation? Number 3, what is the precise, updated disciplinary and legal status of the officers implicated in these 52 cases, detailing exactly how many are currently on precautionary suspension, how many have been formally dismissed from the SAPS, and how many are currently facing active criminal prosecution in court? And lastly, how many of the officers implicated in these 52 corruption cases are shockingly still in active duty and interacting with the public? I thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. Honorable Mamabolo, on behalf of the Premier. Honorable
Yes,
Mamabolo.
thank you very much. Yes, Honorable Madam Speaker, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Please proceed.
Yes, and with your permission, just to protect the quality of the network, can I proceed without showing? Otherwise, if it creates any doubt, I'm here. It's me. You can see it's not clear.
Just show your face and then you can turn it off. Remember,
Yes, I did.
purposes.
There I am. Yes, I did.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Proceed.
Yes, let me greet Honorable Ngobeni on behalf of JC Modi and submit the reply as follows. With regard to the very first question about the overwhelming, the structures, law enforcement structures and all that, the reply is that SAPS Gauteng continuously implements advocacy and awareness programs on fraud and corruption across all district stations, units, and provincial components. These initiatives are aimed at educating members on ethical conduct, legislative obligations, and the consequences of engaging in corrupt activities. In addition, professional conduct and ethics workshops are conducted on an ongoing basis to reinforce a culture of integrity, accountability, and discipline. These interventions are designed to proactively reduce misconduct and strengthen compliance with organizational standards. The Integrity Management Framework serves as a key mechanism for early detection and intervention. Through the monitoring of complaints, disciplinary records, and performance indicators, the framework enables the identification of members who may be at risk of misconduct, allowing for timely and appropriate corrective action. SAPS has further strengthened its internal control environment through the enforcement of mandatory compliance measures, including amongst others, the disclosure of financial interests, declaration of remunerative work, vetting of identified officials. These measures are aimed at detecting conflict of interest, mitigating risks, and preventing corrupt practices. To enhance internal communication and awareness, monthly anti-corruption newsletters and awareness posters are disseminated throughout the organization to ensure that members remain informed and vigilant. Furthermore, SAPS promotes anonymous reporting mechanisms, enabling both employees and members of the public to report corruption without fear of reprisals via the anti-corruption hotline, and the number is stated in the reply. With respect to the second part of the question, the Independent Police Investigative Directorate annual report for the financial year 2024-2025 records 52 corruption cases involving police officials in Gauteng. This figure includes members from the South African Police Service, Metro, municipal departments, traffic authorities. As the database of these reported cases could not be made available, SAPS Gauteng relied on information accessible through the provincial human resource management component in respect of IPIT-related matters. Accordingly, feedback is provided in relation to 3 cases specifically involving SAPS. The specific police stations where incidences occurred, ranks of the implicated officials, and the nature of the charges are provided in a table, of course, indicating in Brommerspruit, Sunnyside, Mutlakeng, West Rand Flying Squad. And the third part of your question, as per the response above, this figure collectively include cases involving members of SAPS, Metropolis, municipal departments, traffic authorities, and also we provide further breakdown of that. With respect to the fourth part, the members implicated in the 3 cases were subjected to the prescribed disciplinary processes. The members were found not guilty and were subsequently reinstated to resume duty. Thank you, Honorable Madam Speaker. That concludes this part of the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabulo. Honorable Moody, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yeah, Speaker, on behalf of Honorable Moody, I thank the MEC or acting Premier for the response. We will appreciate if that can be shared with us so that we can do our oversight. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ngobeni. I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7. Okay, I don't see any hands. I'll now call on Honorable Maloka to read the question to the Premier for the Department of Community Safety. Honorable Maloka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Greetings to the colleagues. In light of the recent revelation of the sexual assault of a woman in Germiston, Ekurhuleni, allegedly at the hands of a member of SAPS, and owing to the fact that the province has programs and interventions such as the Green Door program and the gender-based violence desks across police stations in the province, what is the response of the department with regard to assessing the effectiveness towards these structures when such violence can occur even at the police station? Secondly, Madam Speaker, what has been the response of the department in the specific regard to the current situation at Germiston Police Station? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Maloka. Honorable Mamabulo, on behalf of the Premier.
Yes, Madam Speaker, it's still me. I'm here. And of course, the reply to the question is as follows. So let me acknowledge the question from the honorable member, and and the answer is as follows. Just to say the following, Honorable Madam Speaker, just as I deal with this matter, I'm just having a brief challenge here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Honorable Mamabolo. Are you able to solve your problem, or should we come back to the response?
Yeah, I think let's come back. Let's move on. Come back to the response. I'll notify you. Just
to warn you, the next question is also needs your response as well from Honorable Mahlabe. So should I put both in abeyance so that you sort your electronics, and then we'll come back to you?
No, the reply is here. The reply is here.
Are you
I'm
okay now?
sorted.
Okay, proceed.
Yeah.
To Honorable Maloka. Okay, all right.
Yes, my apologies about that. Now, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker and Honorable Members, the effectiveness of gender-based violence desk is assessed through various compliance and operational indicators. All police stations in Gauteng have fully, all the police stations in Gauteng have fully operational victim-friendly rooms and gender-based violence desks situated within the community service centers operating on a 24-hour basis. Now, the social crime prevention coordinators, as well as members responsible for managing the victim-friendly rooms, are formally appointed in writing to ensure accountability and proper functioning of these structures. In addition, the provincial GBV coordinator conducts regular station visits and compliance inspections to monitor functionality, accessibility, adherence to prescribed directives, and the implementation of awareness and victim support initiatives. A case docket, that's number 2, was registered at Jamestown Police Station under case number 385-04-2026. The matter is currently under investigation by the Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID. At this stage, the member has not been suspended. However, a disciplinary investigation has been instituted against the employee and remains under investigation. Section 4.3 of the South African Police Act number 68 of 1995 was invoked, which resulted in the docking of the member's salary for the period of incarceration being 11 days from 2026 04, that's April to 2020, on the 24th until 2026 0504, when the member was released on bail. That should conclude this part of the question. Honorable Madam Speaker, a sincere apology.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabolo. Honorable Maloka, do you have a supplementary question or a short remark?
Yes, Madam Speaker, just a remark to say we can't be having a MEC and Itomaka Malemi with such sensitive and crucial situation here, gender-based violence. Madam Speaker, can the MEC please go back and answer it correctly, because I'm not satisfied at all. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Mamaluka. Honorable Maluka, rather. So, honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions and additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, I don't see any hands. Honorable Mamabulo, do you want to respond to the remark? The short remark?
Yes, I think, Madam Speaker, I've apologized, but I'm really willing to reply to it slowly in such a way that the delay will not create any problem. Can I, with your permission, answer it again?
No, there's no need. There's no need for you to do that. If Honorable Maloka is not happy, you can always send the question in writing through the proper process.
Yeah, can I
So-
also just make the point, Madam Speaker, sorry,
Okay.
that on the list that I have of speakers, it was actually indicating reply number 2 was EFF. So that is
Yes.
why I was not sure. So that's what I needed to just sort out myself, because the name printed there and the question that were asked, you'll see that there's a challenge there. So that's why I took a bit of a delay. So, but
Okay.
I was willing to answer. Apologies about that.
Okay, no, thank you very much, Honorable Mamabolo. Now, the next question is from Honorable Mahlabe, who is from NKP, again directed at the Premier, and I know you will be responding on his behalf. Honorable Mahlabe?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and members. To the MEC, we bring this matter to your attention as it represents a critical failure of state oversight. When law enforcement fails to act against known perpetrators of financial exploitation, crime ceases to be a mere policing issue and becomes a systematic service delivery failure. This case involves 4 elderly residents, namely Nkululeko Dube, Cindy Fortunate Shabangu, Jacob Sakolo, and Dolly Zwane, who sought redress at the Umkhonto weSizwe Party Parliamentary Constituency Office. They represent a wider class of victims in Gauteng allegedly defrauded by a company named Donovan, based in El Dorado Park Extension 9. The complainants report that they each paid 1,200 rands to Donovan under the false premise that individuals identified as Glenn Lincoln and Sean Westcott would facilitate the recovery of unclaimed retirement benefits or surplus apportionments. Despite these activities, dating back to 2012, no funds have been recovered, notably the financial sector. Conduct Authority, FSCA, has previously issued warnings that Donovan and its representatives were providing unauthorized financial services. Consequently, we request that the MEC respond to the following questions. 1, Honorable MEC, is the department aware of the entity Donovan Property Limited and its history of providing unauthorized financial services to vulnerable citizens? 2, what specific steps has the department taken to investigate the ongoing operations of this company in El Dorado Park Extension 9? 3, have criminal proceedings for fraud or violations of the Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services Act being formally instituted against Donovan, Glenn Lincoln, or Sean Westcott following these complaints? 4, if criminal case was initiated, particularly following the reported arrest of Sean Westcott by the Hawks in 2019, what is the current status or final judicial outcome of that matter? Lastly, if no prosecution has been finalized or if cases were closed without results, how does the department justify the perceived failure of the South African Police Services to protect elderly Gauteng residents from persistent financial predation? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlabe. Honorable Mamabolo?
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Now, and let me also acknowledge the question from the Honorable Member. Now, the reply reads as follows. So with respect to the very first question about whether the department is aware of the entity Donovan Pty Ltd, the reply is yes. Donovan Pty Ltd is indeed operating in El Dorado Park. The second part, the reply goes as follows. This is about the steps taken to investigate the operations of this company. The South African Police Service, SAPS, does not have any records or information pertaining to the alleged operations of the company in Eldorado Park Extension 9. And then whether criminal proceedings and all that, which is 3, the reply is a big no. And with respect to number 4, if criminal case was initiated, the reply is that the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, Gauteng, does not have any cases reported in this regard. And then with respect to number 4, if no prosecution has been finalized, the reply is the South African Police Service, SAPS, remains committed to protecting all members of the community, including elderly residents, from financial exploitation and related criminal activities. Allegations of financial predation are treated seriously and are investigated when formally reported. SAPS further works in collaboration with relevant stakeholders, including regulatory authorities and community structures, to create awareness, encourage the reporting of offenses, and strengthen preventative measures aimed at protecting vulnerable groups, including senior citizens. However, each matter is dependent on the availability of credible information, formal complaints, and supporting evidence to enable appropriate investigation and intervention. Madam Speaker, that concludes the reply to the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabolo. Honorable Mahlabe, a short remark or supplementary question if you have.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would want to make a short remark by saying the following. Clearly, the MEC is clueless about the issues that I'm raising here. And I am so much disappointed to the fact that it seems as though there was a malicious response here or compliance. You cannot respond in a manner of giving generic general statements in regard to issues that are specific, with names and incidents. So I would request that this matter be taken back, that it is properly investigated and it's responded to accordingly, because this is a serious matter about the elderly citizens of Gauteng that are being defrauded in the area of Gauteng within his work of competence. And to be given these nice generic responses, it's actually to me a malicious response to say I've responded to questions. He would have at least said, let me go and investigate further these matters and come back to you about the details. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mahlabe. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I'll now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Okay, I don't see any hands. Honorable Mamabolo, if you want to respond to the remark.
Yes, thank you very much. I think the point that has been made is noted and well received, in the sense that there's a request that the matter be further investigated and be looked into. And I think we should welcome that. We will do further checks and investigations. I think that's where we should leave it and welcome the proposal from the member. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mamabolo. Honorable Moody, your question, please, to MEC Ramokgopa. Thank you, Speaker. I'll be doing that question on behalf of Honorable Moody. With regard to the recent publication of the routine vaccination scheme for foot and mouth disease by the National Minister of Agriculture, issued under Section 10 of the Animal Disease Act, 1984, and noting the critical need to urgently implement this framework to protect Gauteng agricultural economy, food security, and the livelihoods of local Gauteng
and the livelihood of the local farmers. Will the MEC please answer the following questions? 1, what specific proactive action plan and coordination mechanisms is the provincial department currently establishing with the National Department of Agriculture, private veterinary associations, and local agricultural bodies to ensure the swift and effective rollout of the vaccination specifically for Gauteng farmers? 2, how will the MEC ensure that the private veterinarians and livestock owners across Gauteng are practically empowered, not just on paper, by actively removing any provincial regulatory bottlenecks regarding vaccine access, distribution, and administration? 3, given that the success of this scheme relies heavily on sufficient vaccine supply, what is the current status of the vaccine stockpiles allocated for Gauteng, and what logical plans are in place to ensure these vaccines quickly reach vulnerable farming communities to protect their heads and livelihoods? Lastly, what immune operational guidelines, communication campaigns, or support structures is the provincial department providing to local farmers to help them navigate this new decentralization scheme, make necessary submissions, and urgently secure their livestock against the ongoing threat of foot and mouth disease? I thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much, Honorable More. Honorable Missy Ramakgopa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hope I'm audible. With regards to question 1, Madam Speaker, Honorable Member More, on behalf of Member Moody, the FMD scheme was published in the Government Gazette on the 4th of May 2026 by the National Minister of Agriculture, Minister Steenhuisen. However, even prior to the scheme being published, Gauteng Veterinary Services has already started working in close collaboration with the department, with the National Department. Towards that end, weekly meetings are held with the National Department of Agriculture, and during these meetings, provincial report backs are given on the progress of the efforts of controlling the FMD outbreak, as well as the constraints that are impeding the outbreak control efforts in the field. There's also close collaboration with private vets in Gauteng, and to date, 55 private vets have already been approved to assist with FMD vaccinations. These private vets have been supplied with the FMD vaccine upon request, as all applications that were received were duly processed and found to be compliant. At this time, the National Department of Agriculture is busy compiling application documents, as well as the FMD manual that is referred to in the Government Gazette under Section 8, subsection 2. And furthermore, the inspection checklist and authorization forms for private vets are also being compiled and will assist in our coordination efforts. On the second question, there is close collaboration with private vets in Gauteng, where to date, as I said, 55 private vets have already been approved to assist with FMD vaccines. 3,530 bottles of vaccines, which equates to 176,500 doses, have already been issued out to private veterinarians, of which 35,542 have been reported as already used, i.e. they have been administered. The third question, FMD is currently a state-controlled livestock disease, which requires and necessitates that only South African Veterinary Council trained and registered professionals and paraprofessionals may administer the vaccine. Gauteng Veterinary Services has close to 233,800 doses in storage, and the vaccination campaign is continuing. GDAD has prioritized infected farms, dairies, communal kraals, and feedlots since the start of the outbreak, and some of these properties have received more than one dosage already. The initial first dose, the booster dose, and in some instances, a second dose. We are currently tracking ahead of schedule in terms of the vaccination campaign. Question 4. GDAD is actively vaccinating across the province, prioritizing new outbreaks and vaccinating a buffer around new outbreaks to prevent further spread. We are following up with booster vaccinations in communal kraals, dairies, and other infected farms, and all other previously vaccinated cattle, which are due to receive booster vaccines. In some instances, third vaccinations have also already been administered. Additionally, GDAD has developed an FMD dashboard, which gives weekly updates on vaccine coverage. This is available on the Gauteng Provincial Government website. And a number of new outbreaks are reported, as well as the vaccination program for the upcoming week. Other essential information regarding the disease is also shared on the dashboard, as well as emergency contact numbers to reach the department. Many interactions have taken place with farmers, auctioneers, and other stakeholders during regional stakeholder information sessions and engagement sessions, farmers' days, and study groups. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Murray. Supplementary question or short remark?
Oh, it's a short remark. Thank you very much, Speaker. Thank you very much, MEC. Can we have the reply in a written format? And yeah, thank you very much. We would also appreciate if we are kept in the loop in terms of how are we progressing versus our target in the province. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7 are now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so.
Chair, I've got my hand up.
Yes, Honorable Engelbrecht.
Chair, thank you. And I rise in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7. The MEC has just admitted there are 239,000 doses in storage. Can she please explain why there are so many doses in storage when we are facing this absolute crisis in the province and the amount of animals that have been vaccinated are less than the amount of vaccines that are in storage? Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Engelbrecht. I don't see any other hand. MEC, response to the remark and the question, please.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Engelbrecht. So when we receive vaccines, all vaccines are placed in storage. So their being in storage does not mean that they are not being used or that they're not planned to be used. They are being kept safely in storage for purposes of ensuring that they are stored adequately. The vaccine rollout is continuing, as I have reported, and we are actually currently tracking ahead of schedule. We currently are estimating and working on a schedule of plus minus 13,000 cattle vaccinated per week, and we are currently tracking actually ahead of that schedule. So we are not concerned about the rollout of the vaccination campaign, and the vaccine doses that we have in storage are also being rolled out accordingly through the private veterinarians as well as the state veterinarians. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mfrikwe, your question to Honorable Ramukopa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Noting that the Gauteng Department of Economic Development strengthens township automotive sector through high-impact partnership delivery model, can the MEC answer the following questions? A few of them, Madam. What specific structural challenges and barriers in the township-based automotive economy was this program designed to address? 2, the program has been successful in registering more informal SMMEs, MSMEs. What are the preliminary findings regarding the consolidated data on revenue growth and job creation for the 22 beneficiaries who have received intensive business development support? The third one, there were delays in issuing trade test serial numbers for the beneficiaries due to SITA backlogs. Could the MEC elaborate on what these backlogs entail and what specific actions were taken by the Gauteng Department of Economic Development to address these delays for these beneficiaries? 4, how is the department ensuring that the beneficiaries continue to receive support, and what formal links are being made with institutions like the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller for finding these growing enterprises? And the last questions, the end goal is to connect these enterprises to original equipment manufacturers' supply chains. What specific discussions and agreements have been made with these OEMs to open their value chain to these beneficiaries of the program? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable MEC.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and Honorable Member Mfikwe. With regards to question 1, the Township Automotive Hubs program was deliberately designed as a structural intervention to address long-standing and systemic barriers that constrain growth, sustainability, and competitiveness of township-based automotive enterprises. The program responds to the following key challenges. Number 1, is around informality and lack of regulatory compliance. Now, we know a significant proportion of township automotive enterprises operate informally without the requisite business registration, tax compliance, and adherence to industry standards. And this limits their ability to access finance and to enter formal value chains such as the OEM after-sales networks and compete for fleet, public sector, and corporate contracts. The TH program, therefore, prioritized formalization of support, compliance readiness, and alignment with industry benchmarks for these township automotive enterprises. Secondly, it addresses limited access to finance and capital. Township automotive micro, small, and medium enterprises historically lack collateral, credible financial records, and banking relationships. The hub model directly addresses these challenges through financial management training, equipment provisioning, and facilitated access to DFIs, development finance institutions. Number 3, the program addresses inadequate infrastructure and facilities. Many township workshops operate from constrained or informal spaces, and this has an impact on health and safety compliance, their insurance partner accreditation, productivity and quality assurance, as well as customer confidence. Now, to address these constraints, the TAH provides shared compliant infrastructure that enables enterprises to meet OEM and insurer requirements. Fourth, it addresses skills gaps and limited continuous training. And fifth, the program looks at market isolation and weak value chain integration. Township automotive businesses are often excluded from formal markets due to weak networks, poor branding, and lack of referrals. So by clustering them within a hub and linking them to insurers, OEM-aligned service networks, and institutional partners, the program actively integrates township businesses into the broader automotive ecosystem. On the second question, Honorable Member Mfikwe, while a formal impact assessment is yet to be conducted, preliminary observations from the 22 intensively supported beneficiaries demonstrates positive early outcomes, particularly in enterprise stability and growth readiness. The key trends that we have seen include 1, it speaks to 3 key areas, revenue and business performance, job creation and retention, as well as enterprise maturity and sustainability. Most beneficiaries have reported incremental revenue growth. Formal record keeping has enabled them to track their income and expenses better. And the enterprises have also demonstrated improved cash flow management and reduced business volatility. Regarding job creation and retention, the majority of enterprises supported have stabilized their existing employment relationships, and they have a lesser reliance on casual labor. So we are also seeing early signs of net job creation, particularly through absorption of apprentices, interns, and assistants. With regards to the enterprise maturity and sustainability, there is improved compliance status of the supported enterprises. They have strengthened their governance and operational systems, and the beneficiaries have displayed improved resilience against economic shocks. These findings confirm that formalization combined with targeted business development can indeed support tangible economic gains even within short periods. On the third question, around the delays in issuing trade test serial numbers for beneficiaries. Indeed, Member Mfikwe, delays were experienced as a result of the waiting period for the accreditation letter from the Quality Control for Trade Occupation National Artisan Moderation Body. That is abbreviated as QCTO/NAMB. This process was unfortunately outside the control of the Automotive Industry Development Center. However, the accreditation has been finalized and granted and is now valid for a period of 2 years. To mitigate similar delays in future, the AIDC will initiate the re-accreditation process well in advance of the expiry period. The last question, how's the department ensuring that the beneficiaries continue to receive support? The AIDC Township Automotive Hubs ensure continuity of support through structured programs, including business mentorship, technical advisory services, compliance support, and facilitated market access. In addition, TAH is strengthening institutional linkages with other funding bodies, such as Gauteng Enterprise Propeller, enabling enterprises and beneficiaries to access tailored financial products, grants, and blended finance solutions. At the Shamdor Automotive Hubs, each business had received 50,000 Rand worth of equipment and tools to close off some of the gaps that had been identified for each of them. And question 5, what is the end goal? AIDC is continually engaging with OEMs such as Nissan, Chery, Ford, as well as various major companies in the automotive industry for aftermarket opportunities that could connect the township-based enterprises to their value chains. No specific agreements have been reached thus far, as most OEMs are multinationals with purchasing decisions that are made at their respective headquarters. However, we will continue to advance this objective. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Member Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mfikwe, a supplementary question or short remark if you have.
Just a short remark, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much. We appreciate the responses from the MEC. We are on the right track, but we would really appreciate if these SMMEs could be monitored and tracked so that their growth is properly documented and we are able to see what more job creations are they able to create. The support means a lot to us, and because we are all interested in job creation, we must not see these enterprises dropping or collapsing because of lack of support. With that, Madam Speaker, thank you very much. Thanks, MEC.
Okay, thank you. Honorable members, in terms of section 134, subsection 7, I now open for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. I do not see any hands. Honorable MEC, response if you have.
No, just to thank Member Mfikwe, and indeed, it is our intention to see these businesses being successful and to support the growth of the township automotive sector. So the comments are well noted and we are fully aligned. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable Mhlongo, your question, please, to MEC for Education.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Greetings to members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Honorable MEC, noting that the province has recorded strong matric results in recent years. Firstly, what key interventions were implemented by the department to support learner performance in the 2025 academic year? Secondly, how many schools have achieved a pass rate below 70% in the 2025 National Senior Certificate Examinations? And furthermore, what targeted interventions are being implemented in the underperforming schools, and what programs exist to improve the bachelor pass rate across the province? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Maile.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Thanks to the honorable member for the question. The answer to the first question, that the department implemented a comprehensive and multi-layered academic support program aimed at improving learner performance across grade 10 to 12. These interventions included, but were not limited to, the following: distribution of subject-specific support strategies and annual teaching plans to all districts and schools at the start of the academic year, ongoing monitoring of syllabus coverage through schools, SACED and district monitoring visits, including verification of curriculum implementation, targeted support to teachers led by school management teams and district subject advisors, focusing on effective content coverage and teaching methodologies. And this included, amongst others, centralized moderation of school-based assessment tasks at provincial and district levels, followed by mediation to schools to ensure standardization and uniform implementation, continuous monitoring and moderation of SBA administration in all schools to ensure compliance with assessment policies, provision of a dedicated minimum of 2 weeks for structured revision in October prior to the commencement of the final national senior certificate examination, implementation of a grade 12 target requiring 100% completion of the annual teaching plans by the end of July each year, strengthened moderation of marking of learners' grades in all schools to ensure consistency and quality, early commencement of grade 12 secondary school intervention programs with 2026 cycle starting earlier than previous years, and many others which are in the answer that I will not go to. On question 2, the answer is a total of 20 schools achieved a pass rate below 70% in the 2025 National Senior Certificate Examination. On question 3, the department has implemented targeted data-driven interventions in underperforming schools with a specific focus on progressed and high-risk learners. These interventions include detailed profiling of progressed and high-risk learners to identify learning gaps and subject-specific risks. That includes, amongst others, identification of 3 priority subjects per school, requiring intensified academic support, ensuring that all progressed and high-risk learners receive the necessary learning and teaching support materials, including mediation of resources where gaps are identified. And there's many others, which I will not go through for the sake of time, but they're in the answer. On the last question, to improve the bachelor pass rate across the province, the department has implemented structured and targeted programs focusing on academic quality and learner progression, including subject-focused support, intensive support in 4 key subjects required to be passed at 50% in line with bachelor degree entry requirements. Bachelor and distinction clinics, structured sessions led by teachers and subject advisors to support learners in meeting the 40, 50, 50, 50, 50, 30 bachelor admission criteria with an emphasis on quality passes rather than minimum compliance. Differentiated learning approaches, high-performing schools, a deliberate shift from pass-focused interventions to distinction-focused programs through advanced academic support initiatives, learner profiling, identification, and continuous monitoring of learners who are on track for bachelor passes with targeted academic planning per learner, weekly academic support, regular support sessions facilitated by teachers and district subject advisors during 0 period and 7-hour programs, and resource provision.
Let me see, Maile. Let me see, Maile. We seem to have lost you. Let me see, Maile.
Chair, his video appears to be frozen, Madam
Frozen, yeah.
Speaker.
Yeah, I'm having
so-
IT look into it, thanks. Okay, we'll have to come back to him. And the question, He was still responding. I'm not quite sure what happened. Yeah, he's gone. Okay, I suppose he is dealing with his connectivity issues. Can we then move to we'll come back to that, honorable members. Honorable Mfongo, as soon as we get the MEC back online. Honorable Ndlovu, to MEC Infrastructure Development, your question, please.
Greetings to you, Speaker, and all those connected. A few months ago, MEC Mamabolo briefed the media, highlighting the impact of the newly established DID Multidisciplinary Infrastructure A team. The work of this team has been commendable to date, and it includes crisscrossing the province and doing oversight visits to some of these construction works currently being built or concluded. Key to the work assigned to the Infrastructure Department on this matter is the acceleration and tackling of the G13 challenges, which includes school infrastructure provisioning, amongst others, as outlined in the SOPA 2026. Can the MEC answer the following questions? One, does Gauteng still have classrooms built on asbestos material? If yes, what are the collaborative plans in place by both Department of Education and Department of Infrastructure to replace these classrooms? And lastly, what is the overall cost for this work to be performed conclusively? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable MEC.
Yes, Madam Speaker, can you hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you. You can proceed.
Thank you very much. Let me acknowledge the question from Honorable Ndlovu, and I'd just like to say to him, we are deeply delighted and very much pleased by the excellent work and the changes that have been brought into infrastructure delivery by the most dynamic, hardworking A team. That is our multidisciplinary infrastructure team, combining our professionals with artisans. This team is doing an excellent work on the ground of oversight. And we are seeing the results. We will share with the portfolio committee on progress we are seeing in this regard. Now, with respect to the issue about the question whether there are still asbestos classrooms, the reply, Honorable Ndlovu, is yes, we do have a number of schools that are built on asbestos material. And just to share with you some of the schools we have got about in our list, about 25 schools that have been identified, and we will provide you with a list. The list is here: Nordgeser, Letsiboro, Nansfield, Tubelihle, Litho, Recher Park, World School, Silverton, and so on and so on. So we do have the list. So the question is yes, and the list is here. Now, if we move to the second part of your question about the collaborative plans, I would like to assure you that the Department of Infrastructure Development and Education have concluded the service delivery agreement for the current financial year. And the service delivery agreement acts as an instrument and tool of detailed planning. And of course, it also indicates the responsibilities and of course the obligations on both sides, and deals with a number of issues, including funding. Now, also our project readiness metrics is in full force to make sure that we deliver on these projects. Let me also just indicate that we are indeed engaged in a very structured and coordinated program to make sure that we eradicate asbestos. The scope and nature of the intervention deals with, for example, some of the schools will be new replacements, some of them will be upgrades, some of them will be rehabilitations. And of the 25 schools I've already indicated, there are those that are funded and those that are not funded, and there are some where the funding has been put on hold. And let me also just add that already myself and MEC Maile have met and have committed to a meeting to deal with a proper reprioritization, funding, acceleration, and making sure that we can deliver on these projects. So I just want to say to you that all the funded projects are in the process of being formally completed and closed out. And we continue to update the department on the work that is being done. So to that extent, and with our technologies, we are able to plan properly, give feedback, and also the HODs hold regular meetings to make sure that we can deliver on the project. So the last part of your question about the cost, I'd like to say to you that allow myself and MEC Maile to look into the costs and funding allocations of these projects so that we don't give an estimate and we review it. Our meeting is very soon. And that could actually create inconsistencies in our messaging. And I'd like to say to you that we will come back to you once we have reviewed the funding. And as I'm saying, some of them are different levels, and some of them are funded on hold and some are continuing. So we will clear that space and we'll be able to firm up a figure, and we will update you on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Ndlovu, a short remark or a supplementary question if you have.
Just a remark, Speaker, that we welcome the response and that the A team must continue doing this work that they are doing, because they are indeed shaking these project managers who are delaying projects on site. Secondly, we welcome that the number of these asbestos schools is very decreasing. And lastly, that the engagement between the MECs has begun, and they are working collaboratively to deal with these challenges. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. See if we have any hands. We have 3 hands, Honorable Masuku, Honorable Mfikwe, and Honorable Dos Santos, in that order, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the report and the response from the MEC. It's just a remark that one would want to make, that some of the schools that are mentioned, they actually don't have a certificate for occupation as we speak. And our learners and teachers are working and learning under a very difficult situations, and it needs to be speeded up, particularly the one at Pimville, Delmi Sangwane, that needs to be one of the schools that are prioritized. Thank you.
Honorable Mfikwe, thank you very much, Honorable Masuku. Honorable Mfikwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Just a question on the MEC's response on the projects that have been put on hold but funded. Noting the health implications of asbestos, not just on the children, I'm just interested in knowing why are the projects on hold, and I do agree with Honorable Masuku, and Pimville is home, so I'm more worried about the Pimville one, and the school has been asbestos forever. So why is it on hold? Why are those projects on hold? And what's going to happen to the funding that has been allocated to those schools? Thanks, Madam.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable Dos Santos.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Good morning, MEC. I just wanted to find out why has the Gauteng provincial government failed to comply with the 2013 minimum uniform norms and standards for public school infrastructure, which actually required the eradication of asbestos schools infrastructure by 29th of May 2016. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Honorable MEC.
Yeah, let me acknowledge the supplementary follow-up questions by honorable members, starting with Honorable Great Dr. Masuku. I'd like to just say that we will look into this very important matter of a certificate of occupancy, which is in all respects a matter of quality and safety. You will actually realize that in the province, we have adopted a very clear position that if schools, particularly on projects that we are completing, if they do not have occupation certificate, either temporary or final occupation certificate, we do not hand over those projects. We do not allow learners to be, or even those of health and others, to be on those properties, because building, construction, it's a very sensitive space and it is very risky. So the principle of occupation certificate, it's well taken, and I will also follow up with the department to check this particular school that has been mentioned in Pimville, which also Honorable Mfikwe has expressed concern on. And let me also say to Honorable Mfikwe that the projects that are put on hold, some of them financial challenges here and there, it's a mix of factors. And that's why we are appealing that myself and MEC Maile go into that space to look precisely into what could be some of the challenges so that we can deal with this matter appropriately. And I think in the House and in the Portfolio Committee, once we have cleared the issues of finances, some of it could be, because we still have challenges of performance. Sometimes science departments, reprioritize funds. But we will look into the main reasons. It's a matter that myself and the MEC will deal with, and will make sure that these schools are prioritized. So let's leave it to those engagements, and we'll continue to update. And of course, the particular school that you have expressed, it's a matter that I'll also look into that. The other issue is just our commitment to completely eradicate this and comply. I think that I'd like to assure members that that's exactly the point I was making, that we need to make sure that we comply with any legislative prescript and the time frames that have been put. We are in the process of turning around the performance of TID. We are seeing positive results, and I'm quite sure that we will be able to speed up the completion of these projects. Very last is that we have agreed with MEC Maile, and we even discussed this on Sunday, that we need the A team to move into different schools and do full detailed condition assessment, so that we can be able also to correctly prioritize based on a particular risk profile that will come with the recommendations of the A team that will do a province-wide condition assessment of schools. That we will do as a department with our A team. And once those are done, they'll be costed. Bill of quantities, almost costing preliminary will be done. And then we will be able to say to the department, and maybe in the adjustment budget, we can also be able to say, how do we further increase funding towards attending to the school? So there is a massive condition assessment program that we will soon announce in due course, and we will dispatch our A team to those to make sure that we can know the school condition of each one of the schools in the province. Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and members who asked questions. Honorable MEC Maile, can we come back to you? Are you okay with your connectivity?
Yes, I'm fine. In fact, I was, and maybe I shouldn't switch on my...
Yeah, your video, if it disturbs, you can turn it off. You can then conclude on your response.
Yeah, no. It was at the end already. When I was speaking, I was just adding some of the things. So And then last issue there was high parental involvement, encouragement of parental monitoring of learner practice and preparation, particularly in the identified bachelor entry subjects. So that concludes the answer to the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Mhlongo, a short remark or supplementary question if you have.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and thanks to the Honorable MEC for answering those questions. I think, Honorable Speaker, my comment would then be that Gauteng has by far surpassed in terms of the number of bachelor passes in the country, and that we should really be paying more attention to those schools that would have performed under 70% and the schools that need interventions, so that we can ensure that there is quality in the passes of our matriculants, to ensure that they actually do have a bright future and they are able to actually get their tertiary entrance marks so that they're able to have their bright futures. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. If there are any. I don't see any hands. I think then that concludes that question. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC and Honorable Mhlongo. Honorable Sisedi Nyane, your question, please, to MEC for Finance.
Madam Speaker, I will take for him. He's asked me to take them.
Do proceed,
Mfikwe.
please. Do proceed.
Noting that councillors and officials in Gauteng owe municipalities a combined 165.7 million in unpaid account for unpaid services, rates and taxes, according to the State of Gauteng Municipal Finance Report for 25-26 financial year. Can the MEC please, one, outline the strategy or plan on how the money owed by councillors and officials will be recovered? 2, what timeframes does the department have in place for recovering the money owed by both officials and councillors? Are there any measures in place to publish those councillors and officials who owe municipalities money for rates and taxes? 4, what impact does this debt by councillors and officials have on the ability of municipalities to provide effective service delivery? Thank you, Nyabonga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mfikwe. Honorable Dunga, MEC.
No, thank you very much, Speaker. Greetings to you. Greetings to the Premier in absentia, the acting for the day, members of the executive, honorable members, and staff. Thank you very much for the opportunity to respond and for the question that has been raised by Honorable Sisedi Nyane. On the first question, in terms of the strategy, as the Treasury, we have initiated what one would refer to as a coordinated recovery approach, whereby we request the municipalities to submit within a reasonable time of 14 days properly and verified details of councillors and those officials with outstanding debts. And this, together with the updated payment arrangements and the recovery progress thereof, this has ensured that we are enabled to monitor and to enforce strict control measures, as well as targeted follow-up to ensure effective collection of the monies that are subsequently owed. Furthermore, Speaker, we have also written letters to all the speakers of various municipalities, and this was obviously to urge them to put measures in place in ensuring that there's a collection of monies that are owed by the officials and the councillors as well. On the second question, in terms of the timeframes that have been placed in terms of the recovery of the monies, the unfortunate part is that at this level, the responsibility for recovery vests purely on the municipalities. We obviously draw to the attention of Section 96 of the MFMA and the applicable code of conduct. Treasury requires from our end that municipalities submit a detailed outstanding debt, as we had stated, within the 14 days, while ensuring that councillors and officials do not remain in arrears for longer than 3 months. we can give the age analysis of the 174 million or so that is owed by municipality, by councillors and officials. So there's a greater understanding as well to this. And then after this, there would be obviously enforcement measures, which would include salary deductions for officials, and there's a structured repayment arrangement as well. And these must be implemented by municipalities to facilitate effective recoveries of the monies that are owed. Councillors who in the main do not pay, they are also subjected to their own ethics committees in the respective municipalities. On the third question, and to speak to measures in place to punish those councillors and officials, there is a legislative measure that is put in place, as I've already said. Section 96 of the MFMA, particularly paragraph 10 of the Code of Conduct for municipal staff members, and paragraph 12A of the Code of Conduct for councillors. Measures are in place to enforce compliance, and this includes prohibiting councillors and officials from being in areas for more than 3 months, and the implementing of salary reduction for officials, and applying consequence management processes, including to an extent disciplinary action against those who fail to settle their municipal debt. Number 4, in terms of the impact on this debt by councillors and officials, on the ability of the municipality to provide effective service delivery. So when we responded to this, it was we had a report of February 2026. The amount then was standing at 174.4 million, Speaker. We must state that updated, it was sitting at about 168, so there has been movement. However, it's very little when you consider the consolidated budget of municipalities is standing at about 226 billion or so. You can imagine that the 168 million has a serious effect, particularly in terms of the abilities of municipalities to pay off their own service providers and so forth. So the accumulation of debt by our councillors and municipal officials has a direct negative impact in terms of as well the municipality's cash flow and revenue base, and this then limits the ability to be able to fund and sustain essential services. It undermines credit control efforts, and it weakens a culture of payment compliance. And this ultimately speaks to a certain extent ineffective and unsustainable service delivery orientation as a result of this debt. Just to also qualify, councillors in the main would owe a fraction of the cost, and majority of the 168 or at least 174 million as written in our response is from officials. Councillors would only amount to about fractionally at about 7 million, while the rest of the debt is sitting with municipal officials. Thank you very much, Speaker. I hope this has thoroughly responded to the Honourable.
Thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Honourable Mfikwe, a supplementary question or short remark, if you have.
No, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I personally don't have, and Sisegnyana did not give me. So we appreciate the responses from the MEC. Hope the Sisegnyana will take them up when he's available. Thank you, MEC. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. None. Okay, thank you very much, Honourable MEC. Oh, Honourable Masuku, is that a hand or a legacy one? Honourable Masuku.
No, it is a hand. I wanted to make a remark and also suggest to the House and the MEC we are not only having a problem of non-payment of councillors, but we also have seen a high rise of a number of schools that got cut because of owing the rates to municipalities. And one was worried that we can't have a situation where we have government owing each other and treating each other as not cooperating. And I would think that maybe we need to find a way, a framework in which all government facilities, which include schools, should have a coordinated way from the Department of Education, maybe assisted by the Department of Treasury, to make sure that the services to municipalities are paid by government facilities. This, I think, the MEC has put it very well, that will go a long way in improving the cash flow and the cash standing of the municipalities, particularly those that we know are actually struggling, like your West Rand and actually Citibank. So I think we need some form of a final transitional framework that will help in dealing with that, instead of having this adversary type of approach from municipalities to government and also affecting learning and teaching. I think this might also extend to clinics to certain levels. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Masuku. Honorable MEC, a response, if you have.
No, thank you very much, Speaker, and truly appreciate the contributions made by Honorable Bandile Masuku. Yes, indeed, we do have a challenge. We are sitting at about 2.3 billion rather, in terms of what the province is owing to local municipalities for rates and taxes, water, and to an extent even electricity as well. And that has a knock-on effect outside of what councillors and officials would be owing to these municipalities, as already drawn to attention and highlighted. We do have a strategy, and we are more than willing as well to make that submission in terms of the strategy. And one of them would have been to ring fence what would have been a budget allocation directed towards the payment of these services that are offered to our municipalities. And we do have a committee that would have been established to redress the historic debt that is owed to our municipalities, and subsequently ensuring that we ensure that we are compliant as well to a maximum of the 30 days that would owe the municipalities, because a large chunk of what we owe in our age analysis goes beyond the 30 days, which is also an infringement on the accounting principles and the different legislations that would speak to what would be owed as a reasonable time frame to our municipalities. Definitely the strategy is there and would be able to make those submissions to the legislature if permitted to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much to you, MEC, and the honorable members who participated in that question session. I now call on Honorable Kunene to read his question to MEC for Economic Development. Honorable Kunene.
Thank you, MEC. Considering the historical context of the West Rand as a significant mining area, can the MEC for Economic Development update the House on the following? What specific measures are being put in place to ensure mining SMMEs in the West Rand are assisted in their quest for regulatory compliance, licensing, and environmental authorizations, which have been a hindrance to new entrants in the mining sector? And with regards to increasing market access for mining SMMEs in the West Rand, what specific agreements has the department facilitated between mining SMMEs and other mining houses or original equipment manufacturers currently operating in the region? I thank you, MEC.
He's addressing you directly. Let me see if you can respond, please.
Well, the MEC is chairing.
Yeah, no, but according to you, she is. MEC, please.
Madam Speaker, it is not my desire to usurp your powers. You are the official chair of this session. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Kunene. The department, in response to question 1, the department, in partnership with Liparo Incubator NPC, has provided targeted support to MSMEs in the mining sector within the West Rand region, including Mirafong local municipality. This support included training and capacity building interventions aimed at strengthening MSMEs in key areas. This includes regulatory compliance, financial management, and general business development. The intention of the intervention was to improve the readiness of participating MSMEs to better understand and respond to regulatory requirements and sector entry processes. We've also provided a list of beneficiaries, which we will supply to the Secretariat. It is attached as an Annexure A. On the second question, with regards to increasing market access for mining SMMEs in the West Rand, the department has not entered into formal or standing agreements with mining houses or original equipment manufacturers for purposes of guaranteeing market access for MSMEs. However, support has been provided through developmental interventions aimed at strengthening MSME capacity and competitiveness. These include enabling participating enterprises to improve their business readiness and positioning them to independently pursue opportunities within the mining value chain and broader market environment. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Kunene, a supplementary question or short remark if you have.
No, thank you, Speaker. I don't have a question, just a short remark that it will be important that the department does more work to support those legitimate small business owners in the mining sector so that we don't only have the domination of the illegal miners who are the ones who seem to be enjoying illegally so the benefits of artisanal mining in the West Rand and generally in Gauteng where there's old mining farms that have been basically abandoned by the old mining houses. Thank you, MEC, and thank you, Chairperson, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kunene. Honorable members, in terms of Rule 134, subsection 7, I now open up for additional supplementary questions or additional remarks by members who wish to do so. Don't see any hands. MEC, if you have a response to the remark.
No further responses. Thank you, Chair. I'm in agreement.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's my last question. Okay, I pushing up or not.
Speaker, should I step in?
Mama. Oh, say. Oh, okay. And now I'm on.
Honorable Deputy Speaker.
I was muted, Speaker. I don't know why. I was supposed to have stepped in.
Okay, please do. Thank you. Thank you.
Morning to honorable members. Just for them to see that I am kicking, I'm alive. I'll switch off my video now. Colleagues, just to indicate that I have a question that will be read by Honorable Gentile, and I'll be moving briefly from one point to another. If I have that situation of connectivity, I request the House to allow Mema Musai to briefly step in and I'll continue. But otherwise, thank you for that. Mango Bedi, to MEC Education, you can ask your question.
No, greetings, Deputy Speaker. On the 12th of April 2026, the MEC in his State of Education address raised certain critical issues regarding learner performance across the province. In line with this, can the MEC answer the following questions? Given that 81% of grade 4 learners cannot read for meaning, what immediate time-bound interventions will be implemented to reverse this crisis? One, how does the MEC justify celebrating an 89.6 metric pass rate when most learners lack foundational literacy and numeracy skills? And is this not evidence that the pass rate is masking a deeper systematic collapse in education quality? Number two, considering consistently poor performance in mathematics and science, particularly in townships and no-fee schools, what urgent and targeted interventions is the department implementing? Given the severe shortage of STEM educators, including a shortfall of 370 technology teachers, why has the department failed to adequately recruit and retain qualified teachers? And acknowledging the direct link between weak early grade, Yes, also, what decisive steps will be taken to address this structural failure rather than continuing with fragmented and ineffective interventions? Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
MEC.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We will respond to the question, but I think, Honorable Member, to have a full appreciation of what we are dealing with and what are the strategies, because the synopsis we gave on the state of education, it's exactly that, the synopsis. We will gladly sit down with you just to take you through comprehensively the education system in Gauteng and how we've conceptualized it and how it functions, and without hiding anything, indicate what are our weaknesses and what are the interventions. So the answer to your first question is that the Gauteng Department of Education acknowledges that strong foundational literacy and numeracy skills are essential for sustainable improvements in learner performance across all grades. The department further recognizes that challenges persist, particularly in the general education and training band. You will appreciate that we've got three bands. To address these challenges comprehensively, the GDE has implemented a GET, meaning Gauteng Education and Training Band strategy, built on 7 interrelated pillars, which are assessment and diagnosis, learner support, teacher development, resource optimization, management support, accountability, and parental involvement. These pillars collectively provide a system-wide framework to improve learning outcomes across all grades, rather than focusing narrowly on metric results. The metric pass rate is celebrated as an indicator of progress and achievements made by learners, educators, and schools under challenging conditions. However, it is not viewed in isolation or as a substitute for addressing systemic weaknesses. Foundational learning deficits are being directly tackled through early grade interventions, curriculum strengthening, differentiated learner support, and targeted programs in underperforming primary schools, including Section 58B schools. Key initiatives include the implementation of foundation phase reading benchmarks for all home languages, structured reading across all phases, and quarterly reading blitz programs. Collectively, these interventions aim to strengthen foundational learning and ensure that improved matric outcomes are underpinned by sustained improvements throughout the schooling system. Answer to question 2, the Gauteng Department of Education has prioritized mathematics and science performance, particularly in townships and no-fee schools, through targeted and time-bound interventions anchored in both the GET strategy and the 2026-2028 FET curriculum coverage and excellence strategy. Focused interventions include enhanced subject-specific teacher development, deployment of mathematics and science district subject advisors, and lead teachers to underperforming schools. Differentiated learner support for progressed and high-risk learners, and the provision of additional learning resources and exemplars for remedial teaching. The 2026-2028 FET curriculum coverage and excellence strategy sets ambitious but achievable targets, including a 94% national senior certificate pass rate, 70% pass rate for progressed learners, 55% bachelor passes, and 8% distinctions. These targets are driven by 3 pillars: high velocity interventions, safety net for high-risk learners, and quality passes. Key programs include the secondary school intervention program, weekend walk-in tuition and residential camps, structured learner profiling using the 40-50-60 performance strategy, just-in-time training for novice teachers each term, monitoring of curriculum coverage, functionality audits of laboratories supported by mobile laboratories where required, live lesson streaming, and the expansion of digital platforms such as the zero-rated Siavula program, partnerships with institutions such as Saibono Discovery Center and SAICA further support high-performing learners to increase quality outcomes. On question 3, DD is not aware of a verified shortfall of 370. So we are not aware, we don't know that. 370 technology teachers. Current data from the unemployed educators database indicates that of 49,876 registered educators, 9,418 are qualified in STEM subjects, including 1,108 educators qualified in technology. During the period under review, the department appointed 1,123 STEM qualified educators from the UED, including 164 technology educators. Recruitment is guided by available vacancies, school-based needs and fiscal constraints, while prioritizing critical subject areas. In addition to recruitment, the department actively invests in retention and skills development through targeted bursaries for existing educators to upgrade qualifications in STEM fields. Over the past 3 financial years, a growing number of teachers has been supported to pursue advanced certificates, honors, masters, and doctoral qualifications. Furthermore, mathematics, physical sciences, natural sciences, technology, and foundation phase languages remain provincial recruitment priorities within the Funza Lushaka Bursary Program, implemented in partnership with the Department of Basic Education and Higher Education Institutions. The last answer to the last question, the Gauteng Department of Education explicitly recognizes the interconnectedness of early grade literacy deficits, learner attrition, and limited participation in STEM subjects. In response, the department is implementing an integrated system-wide approach rather than isolated interventions. Between 2019 and 2025, the department conducted oral reading fluency and early mathematics assessment in selected foundation phase schools across multiple languages to identify learning gaps. Finding from these assessments directly inform curriculum interventions, teacher development programs, and learner support strategies in both the foundation and intermediate phases. Current interventions include province-wide structured reading programs, the integration of foundational STEM skills from early grades, strengthened monitoring and accountability mechanisms, targeted recruitment in priority subject areas, and sustained professional development through bursaries and in-service training. Together, these measures are designed to address structural weaknesses and ensure coherent progression throughout the education system. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Member, you have a supplementary question? Member Gobin?
Yes, just a few remarks, Deputy Churches. Thanks, MEC, for your response. But, okay, let's check on something here. One is that in terms of the interventions like the deployment of subject advisors, and does the department assess the efficiency of these interventions? And lastly, on the benchmarks, does the department actively map and analyze interventions using data derived from baseline assessments and learner performance trends? And if so, what measurable outcomes have these interventions yielded in improving mathematics competency? But also we must caution against a situation where teachers are overwhelmed with administrative obligations, such as repeated baseline testing, only for the results to gather dust without informing policy or classroom support. Assessment data must be meaningfully applied towards evidence-based interventions that will strengthen a learner performance. Thanks, MEC.
MEC?
Thank you very much. That's why we've got what we call a quality assurance unit in our planning unit, which regularly develops this terms of reference for research, because our education system is based on research, and of course data is used to help us make decisions about a whole range of issues, including curriculum. And that's why we've got strategies in terms of how we want to reorganize the schools, looking at the whole school system, looking at the ECD, and I can go on, which in the next few weeks we will be communicating with the public around those strategies, which were summarized in the synopsis on the state of education. And we can gladly share with the committee as well in detail, because we have ourselves been workshopping these so that the whole system of education can develop a shared perspective and understanding, because there's no point of having this research and having these strategies if the whole system, because the whole system is huge. And if we are not able to communicate effectively amongst ourselves, we'll then have challenges, which is one of the issues. But I can assure the honorable member that we monitor them regularly. And there are some that we don't even communicate in public, like the performance of your grade 3 learners and other grades during the year and all that. But we use them to assess and evaluate our own strategies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana to MEC Mutara.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Umkhonto weSizwe Party stands on the unwavering principle that the land and its resources must serve the dignity of Black majority. The current state of Mohlakeng Hostel in Randfontein is a vivid indictment of a government that betrays the people's franchise. Residents are forced to exist in crumbling building structures of 1958 that resemble a colonial era dumping ground than a human habitation. This neglect is a direct violation of human rights, social welfare, and restoration of human dignity of the people of South Africa, Blacks in particular. Despite grand promises made by former executive mayor who now serves as a COGTA portfolio chair, Honorable Mzila Khumalo, to rebuild and rehabilitate that site, the resident of Mohlakeng Hostel remains trapped in that squalor. In the light of the above state's failure to provide basic sanitation and safe infrastructure, as MK, we hereby submit the following questions for oral reply. Why has the provincial government failed to honor the public commitment to rebuild Mohlakeng Hostel? What are the specific time bounds and actionable plans to remove the residents from these death traps into decent, permanent human settlements? Thirdly, how does the MEC reconcile this inaction with the constitutional right to safe environment and proper human habitation? And if, lastly, Deputy Speaker, if funds, public funds were previously allocated to spend on the rebuilding of this hostel, how can the department justify such expenditure given that the infrastructure is currently in a state of total collapse and in an inhabitable environment? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much to Members Nkosana for the question. The responses are as follows on the first part of the question. The department currently has no plans of moving residents from Mohlakeng Hostel. Mohlakeng Hostel is the property of Rand West municipality. It is this municipality that has the responsibility of providing basic service delivery to the area and undertake maintenance of the property. Should the municipality wish to relocate qualifying beneficiaries in line with the housing policy from Mohlakeng to RDP or subsidized housing, the municipality will have to initiate and identify a project and link qualifying beneficiaries who are current residents of Mohlakeng Hostel to such a project. Again, it would need the municipality to initiate and identify and give us a council approval to that effect. The response to the second part of the question, our department works within the available budget amid very limited government fiscus and has no recollection of the provincial government making any public commitment to rebuild Mohlakeng Hostel. In the medium term, the department has prioritized Kagiso Hostel for the Western Corridor in terms of redevelopment. Response to the third part of the question, Mohlakeng Hostel is the property of the Rand West municipality. It is the municipality that has the responsibility of providing basic service delivery to the area and undertake maintenance of the property. During the 2022-2023 financial year, the department undertook assessment in all 65 hostels within the province with an aim of understanding and quantifying the extreme challenges faced by government regarding hostels. In the main, these are still the responsibility of the municipalities. This information has been shared with the various municipalities and therefore empowering them to mobilize more resources from various grants that are available to them to tackle the hostels challenge. However, the department will continue to assist wherever it can within the available budgets. The response to the fourth part of the question is as follows. The department has no record confirming any recent allocation for Mohlakeng Hostel. During the 2022-23 financial year, the department undertook assessments again in all 65 hostels within the province with an aim of understanding and quantifying the extreme challenge faced by government regarding hostels. And the response to the last part of the question is as follows. Mohlakeng Hostel is the property of the Rand West municipality. It is the municipality that has a responsibility of providing basic services to the area like water, sanitation, electricity. On health facilities, it is the responsibility of the Department of Health to provide such services. Thank you very much. I'm done, Speaker.
Deputy Speaker.
Deputy Speaker, I am done.
Yeah, yes. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Deputy
Yes,
Speaker.
sorry, members, because like I indicated, colleagues, that I'll just be moving for a short distance. Yes, members, Kosana,
Thank
do
you,
you have a
Deputy.
comment?
Yes, thank you, Deputy Speaker. I feel that the MEC is a custodian of human settlement in the province. The crisis in Mohlakeng Hospital is it's a common denominator around many hostels in the province. And I feel that to respond and say it's a responsibility of municipalities when we have an MEC that presides over human settlement, looking at the conditions of the hostels in general. It's a short service to our people who would like to hear the MEC's posture towards all the challenges that are faced in general by hostels in the entire province, and the fact that municipalities are not interested in rehabilitating those settlements. Herself as a human settlement minister, what is the department's posture towards resolving the situations around hostels in the province? Thank you.
As I indicated,
Minister, human settlement, you can respond.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As I indicated, we did the condition assessments on behalf of the municipalities to empower the municipalities with knowledge of what the cost and the extent of the works that need to be undertaken. Ordinarily, this condition assessments should have been carried out by the municipalities. So we've assisted all municipalities in the province with that information. We've gone further to commit to assist each municipal, each corridor with the refurbishment of at least one hostel per corridor, and that's budget dependent. As I said, should the municipality want the residents to be relocated, they can fully identify, initiate, and through a council resolution, link those residents to a particular project, and then we can assist the municipality to develop for qualifying beneficiaries. Other than that, yes, we do have a responsibility on human settlements, but that does not include private property owned by municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Member Mhlongo, to the MEC.
Madam Speaker, you had skipped question number 11 from Member Paul.
Oh, it was withdrawn according to my files, so that's why I skipped it. I don't know who's going to ask. If there's somebody who's going to ask for Member Paul, please go ahead. Or it was withdrawn according to my records.
It's EDO 12 that was withdrawn on the speaking list.
Okay, that's not how my records reflect, but it's not a problem. Member Paul, please ask your question to MEC Health.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, MEC and colleagues. With regard to the ongoing situation on the Talisman Foundation's uncertainty regarding the relocation of at least 200 mental health patients, may the department please provide a detailed plan on how the relocation of patients would work if the foundation were unable to secure tenureship in the current premises? And additionally, can the department furnish us with the progress it has made with regards to commitments made by the Premier in its 2025 State of the Province address in the provincial government's intention to increase capacity of mental health programs and facilities across the province? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you from Honorable Member Poho. on the question that he has posed. In responding to the one about talisman, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are currently engaging the property owners together with Minister for Health in ensuring that they do not necessarily have to relocate those patients. So it is work that is ongoing. May I request that I not respond on that, but just to share that information that we are busy working together with the Talisman Foundation to find alternative solutions. So in relation to that question of saying to what extent are we able to relocate? So currently we are not yet relocating, and we are awaiting the confirmation from the landlord, which is St. John's Apostolic Church, to confirm that they will continue housing those residents. In responding to question number 2 from Honorable Member, where he's asking if there is any additional space with regards to the commitments that were made by Premier. Currently, we have the Sebokeng Hospital that has completed the wards that will be catering for mental patients, and also at Kopanong Hospital. Other hospitals' work is undergoing, Honorable Deputy Speaker, in ensuring that we have dedicated wards that will be able to assist in catering for those patients with mental challenges. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member Paul, do you have a comment?
Yes, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Thank you, MEC, also for the response. I think let's appreciate the developments with Kopanong and the other institution. It was just, we saw on the media, a statement came out regarding the issue of the Talisman Foundation being evicted and so on and so forth. So we didn't want, because Talisman is just an NGO, it's a partner of the department. It is not the department itself. So we wanted to be taken into confidence, and the public of Gauteng also to be taken into confidence. So we appreciated the response, and we'll keep monitoring the situation.
Thank you, MC.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. We appreciate Honorable Member Poho for your concerns and what you will have viewed or read in the newspapers. Indeed, there has been a challenge in that foundation, but like you rightly put it, we partner with them and we also fund them in ensuring that they are able to keep some of those patients. But like I indicated, they were owing, or St. John is the one that says it wants its property. So Talisman has to find alternative accommodation. So to engage St. John as a church that cares for the people, to say they can't just drop a bombshell onto Talisman and they find themselves having to run around looking for alternative accommodation, but they have agreed to extending their contract until other means are obtained in ensuring that those patients are cared for. You'll understand, Honorable Deputy Speaker, that if you are dealing with people that have been institutionalized for some time, once you start moving them, you create a situation by they then get confused in exactly not understanding where exactly are they, and will end up having challenges like what we once had in the province of Life as City Main. So avoiding such situations, and we believe as we continuously work together, we'll be able to find solutions. But we appreciate the question. We'll continue updating honorable members of the House. Siyabonga kakhulu.
Siyabonga, MEC. Sicela uMember Mhlongo, please ask your question. Member Mhlongo? Member Mhlongo? Okay, we will pass Member Mhlongo for now. We'll go to the next speaker. Member Ngubeni to education again.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We note that the newly appointed MEC for Education convened a meeting on the 23rd April with the MEC for Infrastructure Development alongside the Triple P experts from the Gautrain Management Agency and senior officials to explore infrastructure delivery modules aimed at fast-tracking school construction and addressing overcrowding. Although we welcome this initiative, we remain skeptical as school infrastructure delivery projects, such as the self-build program, continue to face persistent delays, and interventions meant to alleviate pressure, such as mobile classrooms, have increasingly become sites of waste and looting. In line with this, can the MEC answer the following questions? One, what specific education infrastructure projects will be delivered through the proposed Triple P modeling? How will the department ensure that the Triple P do not replicate the same failures seen in delayed and incomplete projects across the province? What consequence management will be implemented against constructors and officials linked to failed projects and the abuse of mobile classroom procurement? Given that Gauteng requires over 200 new schools, how much of this backlog will realistically be addressed through these interventions? And what immediate measures are being implemented to protect infrastructure projects from criminal disruptions and ensure that resources meant for overcrowded schools are not lost to corruption? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Education.
Thank you
Please
very
answer.
much, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the question from the member. I hope that the member did also read subsequent to the synopsis on the state of education, which also raises this issue. There was a comprehensive briefing on the overcrowding in schools, which would be followed by another briefing about the water and electricity situation in schools. So in answering the question, number one, the Department of Education is currently experiencing, as you know, significant infrastructure backlog, which is not self-made, and that's because of in-migration. Every year we receive about 50,000 learners in our schooling system. So with an estimated shortfall of more than 200 schools across the province, and addressing this backlog will require financial resources in excess of 35 billion, which exceeds the capacity of the existing infrastructure delivery model. Hope the honorable member knows that our budget is 70 billion. 52 billion rand of that goes to educator salaries already. So obviously we can't afford the 35 billion. Historically, the department has relied primarily on the Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development for the delivery of new schools. In response to rising learner enrollment pressures and the agency to expand capacity, the department has over time introduced additional delivery mechanisms without abandoning the Department of Infrastructure. And these include the diversification of implementing agents through the appointment of the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the implementation of the self-build program, and the utilization of the budget facility for infrastructure, and it will continue to do so. Notwithstanding these interventions, infrastructure delivery has continued to face systemic challenges, including contractor underperformance, procurement, and municipal approval delays, adverse weather conditions, legal disputes, and criminal interference at construction sites. Despite these constraints, the department currently has 23 new and replacement school projects under construction. In fact, not under construction, in the process. I think this is what we can afford in the next 3 years. I think whoever wrote this says it's under construction. Okay, I think there are those who are under construction, and then there's 23 in the current term. Yeah. While these initiatives represent progress, they remain insufficient in scale relative to the overall infrastructure demand. In this context, the proposed PPP model is intended as an additional mechanism to assist in addressing the infrastructure backlog, subject to the conclusion of required feasibility, approval, and procurement processes. The PPP model is envisaged to support the delivery of new schools, replacement schools, the eradication of asbestos containing school structures, or other containers, and the refurbishment of dilapidated school facilities. The department is presently in the early conceptual and planning stages. As you know, I only spoke about this 2 weeks ago, so it means it's new. We're still planning this process and will only be in a position to provide project-specific details. Once we have planned properly, we'll provide details. Once the relevant stages have been concluded and approved, approvals have been obtained, because you need approvals from the National Treasury, because with PPPs you commit money for a longer period. The department is strengthening its institutional controls. This is question number 2, through enhanced procurement and contracting frameworks, improved governance arrangements, tighter contract management practices, and the reinforcement of performance monitoring and accountability mechanisms. These measures are intended to mitigate delivery risks and improve infrastructure project outcomes, including those implemented through alternative delivery models, such as this future PPP. The answer to question 3, the department applies consequence management in line with applicable contractual labor and legal frameworks. This includes strengthened contract management processes, the enforcement of contractual penalties where warranted, and the termination of contracts in cases of material breach. Allegations of misconduct by officials are addressed through established disciplinary processes. Answer to question 4, the proposed PPP initiatives, as I have said, it's still at an early conceptual stage, and the department is currently exploring the feasibility and scope of its potential implementation. There's a whole range of things, including the fact that some of our infrastructure budget, it's a conditional grant from National Department of Basic Education. So we will need to get their buy-in on this as well, so that we can have a meaningful program. So at this stage, it is not possible to quantify the extent to which the infrastructure backlog will be addressed through the PPP model, as this will be informed by the outcomes of the feasibility studies, affordability assessments, and approval processes. Answer to question 5, the department continues to work in collaboration with relevant law enforcement and security cluster structures to respond to and address incidents of criminal activity affecting infrastructure projects. This includes reporting criminal acts, strengthening site security measures where feasible, and cooperating with investigations to safeguard public assets and resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Goben. Do you want us to comment?
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I think we'll just follow up. Thanks, on a different platform.
Thank you, MEC. Do you want to acknowledge that?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have Member Mhlongo back into the platform?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am here.
Okay, please go ahead and ask your question.
Thank you so much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. MEC, in light of the increasing learner enrollments and the pressure that we have on our school infrastructure in Gauteng, what is the extent of learner enrollment pressures across the district, and how many schools are operating above their intended capacity? Furthermore, what progress has the department made in expanding school infrastructure capacity, including the construction of new schools, additional classrooms, as well as the upgrading of existing facilities? Finally, what medium to long-term measures are being implemented to align infrastructure development with projected learner demand, particularly in high-growth communities and rapidly urbanizing areas? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thanks, Honorable Member, for the question. Similar almost to the one that I've just answered, and as I've said, that I have released a comprehensive report on the state of overcrowding and infrastructure, which was a further explanation of the synopsis we gave on the state of education. And I think that discussion is very important to start discussions in the sector and in society about what we are dealing with. But the answer to question one is that Gauteng province has got 2,111 public ordinary schools, comprising of 1,417 primary schools and 694 secondary schools, with a total learner enrollment of 2,415,346 learners. Overall, 1,021 of the 2,111 schools, which is 48%, are operating above their approved capacity. In terms of primary schools, 579 of the 1,417 primary schools are oversubscribed. 838 primary schools are operating below capacity, while primary schools reflect a net provincial capacity of 54,723 learner spaces. Significant admission pressures persist in specific geographic areas. In terms of secondary schools, 442 of the 694 secondary schools are oversubscribed. 252 secondary schools are operating below capacity. Secondary schools reflect a net provincial shortfall of 88,088 learners spaces, resulting in widespread admission pressures across the system. In the answer, we give you the numbers per district. I will not go through that for sake of time, but able to get the numbers there. On question two, the Department of Education has implemented a range of infrastructure interventions to address learner enrollment pressures. One of those is the provision of mobile classrooms over the past 3 financial years, which I don't like anyway, but we're working on how we will, at least after 3 years, shouldn't be having this if all our plans goes well. To alleviate immediate overcrowding pressures at schools, and during the previous financial year alone, 519 mobile classrooms were deployed across high-pressure areas. Provision of self-built classrooms. The department has implemented the self-built classroom program, enabling schools to construct additional classrooms in a phased manner. And progress to date is as follows. 28 schools have completed stage 1. Which is planning. 4 schools completed stage 2, is still planning. 92 schools completed stage 3, advanced stage of planning as well. 116 schools completed stage 4, meaning they are ready to start with building. 70 schools completed stage 5, it means they're proceeding well with building. 25 schools completed stage 6 and 7, meaning that they are complete. So in addition, infrastructure planning has identified the need for over 1,400 self-built classrooms during 2026-2027 financial year. And the other intervention, it's new and replacement schools project. Development Bank of South Africa, which is DBSA, 7 projects are currently under construction, which will provide 238 ordinary classrooms and 39 grade R classrooms. Gauteng Department of Infrastructure Development has got 12 projects which are under construction, which will provide 376 ordinary classrooms and 38 grade R classrooms, primary and replacement schools. The BFI project has 18 projects which are approved under the program, which will provide 808 ordinary classrooms. Of these, 10 schools are currently under construction and will deliver 328 ordinary classrooms and 39 grade R classrooms. On question 3, the answer, which is the last question, the measure outlined under question 2 from the part of the department's medium-term response to learner enrollment growth. In addition, the Gauteng Department of Education is developing a long-term infrastructure planning and delivery strategy, and this strategy will take into account projected population and learner growth trends, spatial development and urbanization patterns within the province, and focus demand for school infrastructure. This approach will guide future infrastructure investment and ensure that the school planning aligns with demographic and spatial development trends in Gauteng. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, MEC. Member Mhlongo, do you have a question or a comment?
Yes, Honorable Deputy Speaker, I do. Thank you so much to the MEC for the response to these questions. I think that the biggest challenge that we have always faced as Gauteng is migration, as well as in-migration for people that are looking for better economic opportunities. And one wants to commend the Department of Education working together with the Department of Infrastructure Development on the opening of at least 3 schools since the beginning of the year, which is inclusive of Rasteval, which is also inclusive of Dr. W.K. du Plessis, which is a special needs school. And really, I think that the self-built program that the MEC is speaking about is quite an important one, because it addresses everyday challenges without necessarily putting pressure on the 2 departments, being education as well as the infrastructure development department, since they do have a lot on their plate, but also ensures that there is actual work that is being done to address the pressure that is being felt in our schools. And then secondly, I think I want to also comment the move on the schools that are built by DBSA, particularly from a portfolio committee side, where we've seen that these schools, the projects are quite on progress. Everything that they are doing is on time. Their project plan is being implemented properly. And the extension also of BFI as well to assist DID in dealing with the challenges that they have in terms of the pressure that they are facing as a department, catering to all the departments that are in existence in the Gauteng provincial government. So I really want to comment that as much as we have this crisis of overcrowding in our schools, but there is some effort and some work being done by the various departments. Thanks, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. MEC, do you want to reply there or comment?
Yeah, no, thank you very much. I think it shows that when we diversify our risks, we are able to learn on the best practices from the other implementing agents. And that's why we are better looking at institutions like IDT, for instance, what work are they doing elsewhere, and also here in the province, without undermining the role of our Department of Infrastructure, because ultimately we want a Department of Infrastructure that must be able to implement all the projects for the Department of Education and all the projects for the Gauteng Department, provincial government. But when there's still some weaknesses and challenges where we are still working with them to ensure that we strengthen the department and give it the upper hand, because that's what we want, that all the projects must be done by them. And that's why the comment by the chair of the committee about the role of DBSA, for instance, it's a DBSA in how they implement their projects. We're looking at what are the lessons there and how can we learn from them, so that our projects must, all of them, be on time. within budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Dos Santos, you ready with your question?
Yes, Chair. And Deputy Speaker, sorry. I just wanted to know if I could do a follow-up question for the previous one.
Okay, you can ask.
Right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. MEC, I hear that you mentioned that 10 BFI projects are currently in construction. I just want to clarify.
Sorry, Member Dos Santos, I beg your pardon. You wanted to ask a question and a follow-up.
Yeah, the follow-up question for the
Okay,
previous question.
let me.
Especially didn't get the opportunity.
Can I ask that you include it in your question because the MEC had already closed. Had I noted you before he closed, yeah, I was going to take it. So can you just include it in your package of questions that you were meant to ask?
Okay.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah, okay.
You can start with it, but it's your slot now, so you can
Okay.
start with it or include it in whatever way or in whatever sequence. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Good afternoon, MEC. In the previous question by Chairperson Mhlongo, you mentioned that there are 10 BFI projects that are currently in construction. I just want to query this because a presentation that was tabled at the Portfolio Committee on the 28th of March indicated that there were 5 projects currently in design and 1 that was currently in construction. So I would just like to get clarity, where do these other when did these 10 actually commence the constructions? In terms of the questions, sorry, I'm just looking for it. Okay. Regarding the alleged abuse and subsequent death of the learner at Daspoort Secondary School, could the MEC please indicate, 1, what is the current status of the educator accused of abusing the learner, including whether the educator has been suspended, transferred, or remains in a teaching post? 2, what is the current status of the principal at the school, including whether they have been suspended or transferred? And 3, what is the current status of the disciplinary officer at the school, including whether they have been suspended or transferred? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Dos Santos. MEC, please answer.
Thank you very much. Maybe let me start with this one, and because the honourable member appreciates that the questions, the answers we get from the officials, and of course we look at them. But when I look at this answer, which says 18 projects approved and then 10 schools under construction, so it depends what that means, which is what I can gladly check for you, honourable member. Because the construction process has got 6 or 7 stages. So that's construction process. There's got different stages. So it might be that the 10 have already been commissioned, whether it's the actual brick and mortar, whether there's a foundation or whatever, but indeed the 10 is have been commissioned. And maybe construction might not be the appropriate word, maybe commissioning or commencement of the work. So let me put it that way. But I'm glad to give you the actual breakdown, honourable member, including the I think our PLO is on the line, including the names of those schools, so that you can go and check them out, honourable member. On the question that you are asking, question number 1 is the matter of an alleged assault is currently under investigation, which is at an advanced stage according to the report we have received, and the department will consider and implement appropriate measures upon the conclusion of the investigation in line with the applicable legislation and labor processes. The outcomes of the investigation will determine the next step regarding the implicated educator. On number 2, the principal is not implicated in any wrongdoing according to this report that is before me. So meetings were conducted with learners, the SGB, and parents to mediate the principal's return to school after a brief absence occasioned by the school community. On number 3, the disciplinary officer referred to is not an employee of the Department of Education, but an SGB employee. Matters relating to this individual fall under the authority of the school governing body, and the Department of Education has been advised by the school that the SGB is currently investigating the disciplinary officer. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Honorable Tasondas, do you have a question, a follow-up question or a comment?
Thank you, Chief. Thank you very much, MEC, for your responses. If it's possible, if you could please provide the names of the 10 schools, I think all of us would be appreciative of that. And just in terms of the questions relating to Daspoort, would you be able to indicate as to when the finalization of the investigation will take place? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much. No, I won't be able to, except to commit that I'm also awaiting anxiously, and I would push that the process is expedited, but I will not be able to say when, except that I commit to put pressure that the process must be expedited. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Member Waters, are you ready with your question?
Deputy Speaker, it's Honourable Hicklin. I will be asking the question on behalf of Member Waters, if that is okay.
That is okay. Please go ahead, Member Hicklin.
So much. MEC, with regards to the written reply 5.ED012, where the Auditor General reported that irregular expenditure to the value of 1.523 billion rand related to learner-teacher support material was put under assessment by the Department for National Treasury to confirm, and where the reply states that the matter has also been referred to the Provincial Assessment Group, could the MEC indicate 1, whether the PAG or National Treasury have concluded their assessment or review? 2, if so, what are the findings in each case? And 3, if not, by when will the assessment or review be concluded? Thank you.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Hicklin, on behalf of Member Waters. The answer to question 1 is that neither the Provincial Assessment Group nor the Treasury I don't know why the same group. So this should be the Provincial Auditor. Okay, the assessment group, yes. No, the National Treasury have concluded their assessment. So that's what the department is saying, that the assessment is not concluded. On question 2, it says that the response is provided on the first question, because they are related. On question 3, the matter was escalated to the Provincial Assessment Group to facilitate further escalation to the National Treasury. And to date, no indication has been provided regarding the time frame for finalization of the matter. And I think once the report is finalized, we will definitely provide the honorable member and the committee and the legislature as required by law. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member Hicklin, do you still want to come back?
Just saying that it is really urgent that this be finalized as soon as possible, and the MEC's attention to this matter would be greatly appreciated. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Hicklin. MEC?
I'm also looking forward to the resolution of the matter, because if it's not resolved, it has implications for our audit, even in this current, rather in the financial year that has just ended. So I'm also as anxious as the honorable member because this has huge implications for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Makene, are you ready with your question? Please ask.
Greetings, Deputy Speaker. This is Member Abrams. The listing of the speaker was just done incorrectly. I will be asking the question to the MEC of e-Government. Greetings to the House at large and a special greeting, revolutionary greetings to the caucus chief whip, the party leader and the MEC of Finance and the fellow fighters on this platform. Given that e-government is often positioned as a lever to reduce barriers for small businesses, how is progress in the first quarter of the year tangibly improve the ability of SMMEs to register, apply for funding, access permits, and participate in procurement processes? The first question on that is, can the MEC in the department quantify in actual numbers how many SMMEs have benefited from these digital interventions, particularly those in townships and informal economies? And second question, indicate whether these systems are integrated with support from national institutions such as the Small Enterprise Development Agencies and the Industrial Development Corporation. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Apologies for that. My records were indicating that it's going to be Makene, but thank you for your question. MEC Dlamini. MEC Dlamini.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Honorable Member. Honorable Speaker, my apologies. The questions that were given to me, I was told that were for a written reply, not for an oral reply. I think there was a misunderstanding. My sincere apology. I think one is going to take it up with my department and be able to answer to the member.
Sorry, I did not get that last part. What I heard the part that you said you thought it's for written reply. This question.
Yes.
What was the last part you said?
The last part was that I'm going to be taking it up with the office, with the department, and also be able to reply to the member. My sincere apologies. I was made to believe that it is a written reply, not an oral reply, because I always want to give detailed reply to members, not your yes or no or 50 or 60. Thank you.
Honorable Member, do you want to just maybe make a remark on that?
Well received. Thank you, MEC.
Okay, thank you. Much appreciated. Member Nkani, please ask your question.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the acting Premier, executive and members. Greetings to the House. As Mkhonto Sizwe, it is a matter of grave public concern that the acting head of Department for Agriculture and Rural Development, Mr. Kulegisile Mase, issued a directive terminating the contract of 6,000 EPWP Green Army workers. This action was taken despite the public assertion by Premier Panayza Lesufi that the termination occurred without executive consent and that the contracts in question had not yet expired. The unilateral decision by the acting HOD has caused a total collapse of waste management, greening and cleaning initiative across the province. This administrative failure has not only rendered 6,000 workers suddenly unemployed, but has also left Gauteng communities buried in refuse and illegal dumping, posing severe environment and public health risk. I would like the MEC to respond in these questions. Does the MEC formally confirm that the acting HOD, Mr. Kulegile Mase, acted outside of his delegation authority by terminating 6,000 Green Army contract without the knowledge or approval of the Premier. Given the catastrophic disruption to service delivery, what immediate costed contingency plans has the MEC implemented in remedial illegal dumping and the neglect of public open spaces? Will the MEC provide a comprehensive report on the current budget allocation for Green Army program and clarify if funds were diverted from other critical agriculture or rural development projects to cover these program shortfalls? Has the MEC sought a formal legal opinion on the validity of these terminations? And if the Premier assertions is correct, that the contract has not expired, will the MEC commit to the immediate reinstatement of all 6,000 workers? In view of the administrative chaos and public embarrassment caused to the office of the Premier, what disciplinary action has been initiated against Mr. Kulegile Mase, and why does he remain in an acting HOD capacity despite this massive failure of oversight? Thank you.
Thank you, Member. MEC, please respond.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And thank you, Honorable Member Ngani, for the question. With regards to question 1, Honorable Deputy Speaker, no, our response is that no, we do not agree that he acted outside of his delegation of authority. The former acting HOD acted within his mandate as the accounting officer. GDAD terminated 3,000 contracts due to budget availability in August 2024. The accounting officer has a responsibility to prevent unauthorized expenditure in terms of Section 39, subsection 1 of the Public Finance Management Act. And the second question, the Gauteng Department of Environment and Municipalities are primarily responsible for this mandate, and so would be best placed to respond to this question. GDAD is continuing to provide quality services through extension officers and agricultural advisors who work closely with farmers. And we are also pursuing a joint cleaning and gardening program with the Department of Environment. Question 3. The Green Army project did not have an allocated budget. As a result, funds had to be diverted from other critical GDAD projects to fund the project. Question 4. There was no need to seek a legal opinion. Therefore, no legal opinion was sought. The department could not continue with a project that is not funded. The 7th administration separated the two departments, and each of the departments set priorities based on their budget allocations. The total number of 6,000 was in the 6th administration when the departments were not yet separated. Our priority now in the long term, and as per the 7th administration, is to focus on creating sustainable long-term jobs. On the 5th question, disciplinary action has not been taken against Mr. Kulegile Mase as he acted within his mandate as the accounting officer and in compliance with the PFMA. It's important to note, Member Mgani, that his acting term has also now come to an end, and GDAD has appointed a new permanent head of department. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member Mgani, do you have a short comment or question?
Yes, thanks, Deputy Speaker. I would like to know whether do we understand that workers are parents and they say they've got certain responsibilities. You employ them without a budget, you terminate them as much as you wish. You don't even need a legal opinion around it. But people, they were taking their job serious. And if they were not budgeted for, why they were given a job, and why it is like so easy to just terminate them because we didn't budget for them. And at the end of the day, we'll put the PFMA in between. Have the executive failed to arrange something while we're busy with adopting of those budgets and so forth? They've failed to recognize that they've employed people without a budget. And why has that happened? Thanks.
Thank you. MEC, please respond.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. The 6,000 EPWP workers in question, at the point of their appointment, there was budget that was allocated, but Member Nkani will also appreciate that there is a difference between short-term contract jobs as well as long-term permanent appointments. And so in the case of these specific 6,000 EPWP workers, they were appointed on a contract basis. And that contract indeed did have some budget that was then redirected towards funding that contract. However, once the contracts came to an end, we could not and will not be in a position to continue to fund those particular workers because the contract has expired and there was no budget therefore available to continue with those contracts. As I had also stated, Deputy Speaker, the two departments also experienced a split whereby some of the workers were then reallocated to the Department of Environment, and the budget then was made available through the Department of Environment to continue with some aspect of the Green Army program under Department of Environment. However, under Department of Agriculture, we no longer had additional budget to continue with that contract or renew that contract. And therefore, we could not be irresponsible and renew a contract for which we know there's no budget to fund those employees. And we do so, indeed, with a full recognition and understanding of the unemployment crisis that we are facing in our country and in our province. And our objective, therefore, is to focus on interventions where we can grow the economy, where we can support businesses in the economy, who can actually employ our people on a long-term and permanent basis so that they are no longer subjected to short-term work contracts as the only means of employment. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MC. Honorable Engelbrecht, your question to MEC Rural Development. Member Engelbrecht. Okay, we'll come back to Member Engelbrecht. Member Ngobeni to Economic Development, MEC.
No, thanks, Deputy Speaker. In the last quarter, multiple SMME platforms and announcements referenced the support through hubs, supplier parks, and incubation programs. Yet the entrepreneurs still report lack of usable, serviced physical spaces. May the MEC please answer as how many fully operational occupant-ready SME facilities operate across the province? That is done, Deputy Speaker.
Oh, thank you. Oh, okay. I thought you were still continuing. Okay. MEC, please reply.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. Thank you to Member Ngobeni. I'll note that my response is quite detailed and lengthy, so I will truncate the response, but also supply it in writing I'll give a shorter version of the one that is available, but I'll supply the detailed version. Member Gobeni, the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, through the Sector and Industry Development Unit, has at least 3 fully operational MSMEs facility programs in Gauteng that are implemented through partnerships. These programs collectively consist of 8 operational facility sites across the province, and these facilities are owned and managed by implementing partners, with the department providing support to enable SMME access and utilization. The Automotive Industry Development Center also has 5 fully operational and occupant-ready facilities operated by the AIDC to support MSMEs across the Gauteng province. These facilities form part of AIDC's broader mandate to promote supplier development, localization, and inclusive growth. The Innovation Hub Management Company currently operates and supports a network of innovation and enterprise development facilities across Gauteng through its main Innovation Hub precinct and the Ekasi Labs Township Economic Revitalization Program. The Innovation Hub Management Company provides 1 shared co-working incubation space and 13 fully serviced office spaces occupied by current incubates and program alumni. There are also, in addition, 3 available at Constitution Hill, where there are 3 Constitution Hill creative hubs and usable serviced physical spaces, which support 41 creative entrepreneurs and low-cost studio workspaces, capacity building programs, and 450 annual market access opportunities. At the OR Tambo Special Economic Zone Precinct 1, there is a dedicated building primarily focused on supporting MSMEs, and currently 90% of the leasable space within the building has 6 tenants and is operational. And while the remaining 10% is in the process of being established and fitted out for an additional tenant. Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member.
Honorable Member, do you have a follow-up or a comment?
Thanks, the Deputy Speaker, and thanks for the response from the MEC. I think we'll have maybe a comprehensive response when we've got a detailed response to our question. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Member Ngobeni, while we are still at that, please ask your question again. You're supposed to, we have got another question to ask. Let me see.
No, it's actually the other Ngobeni.
Yes.
I'm an apologies. Yeah, I'll go back to Member Engelbrecht. After you, Member Ngobeni, Action SA, you can proceed with with your question to the MEC while we're still with him.
No, thank you.
Engelbrecht after.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Speaker. MEC, with regards to the official response that was provided by the MEC approximately 12 months ago, that's the former MMC, detailing the department's plans to address the 28.7% unemployment rate among the individuals aged between 35 and 55, and acknowledging that sufficient time has now passed to measure the actual implementation and outcome of this stated intervention. Will you please answer the following for us? Firstly, the previous response cited multiple specific skills development interventions, including the furniture incubation program, the e-waste management program, the drone piloting, and digital skills that included coding, AI, and robotics. Over the past 12 months, exactly how many individuals strictly within the 35 to 55 age bracket have successfully completed these specific programs? And of those graduates, how many have secured verifiable employment or successfully registered their own enterprises? Number 2, Regarding financial support, the MEC previously highlighted the Gauteng Enterprise Propeller and the Township Economy Partnership Fund. Can the MEC provide a detailed financial breakdown of exactly how much funding was successfully dispersed exclusively to SMMEs owned by individuals aged between 35 and 55 over the past 12 months? And what is the current operational survival rate of these funded businesses? And lastly, in the previous reply, the former MEC listed numerous high-profile private sector and women-focused partnership, and that included your Standard Bank, your Coca-Cola Beverages SA, among others. What we want to ask is, over the past 12 months, exactly how many direct sustainable jobs were physically created for the 35 to 55 demographic as a direct result of this specific corporate partnership, if we are able to break down this information per partner as listed above. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Ngobeni. MEC, your reply.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, Madam and Member Ngobeni. On the first question, the department trained 34 beneficiaries above the age of 35 through a combination of selected sector-specific skills programs. These skills programs include the furniture manufacturing program, the agro-processing program, and many others. It's important to emphasize that these programs were implemented by the department primarily as technical and skills development interventions that were aimed at equipping beneficiaries with the related skills. The individuals above the age of 35 are predominantly supported through our broader micro, small, and medium enterprise development and enterprise support initiatives. In this regard, the department has supported approximately 460 businesses through various MSME development initiatives implemented across priority sectors of the economy. These interventions include programs focusing on business incubation, supply and enterprise development, technical business training, market access facilitation, township economic development, and business sustainability interventions. On the second question, the Township Economy Partnership Fund is currently focused on winding down operations. As investments made through the TEPF reach maturity, the level of activity has become subdued, resulting in very limited new approvals for MSMEs. That being said, the disbursements for the period 1 April 2025 to 31st of March 2026 relating to beneficiaries aged 35 to 55 years were as follows. 8.598 million rand was disbursed to a total of 86 beneficiaries. Now, of the 86 beneficiaries, 12 are classified as non-performing loans. This indicates that these beneficiaries may have defaulted on repayments. However, it doesn't necessarily mean that the businesses are not operational. The GEP is currently working with the IDC to determine the operational survival rate of the funded businesses. And once this information becomes available, it will gladly be shared with the members of the legislature. On the third question, most partnership programs implemented during the reporting period were designed and funded to target youth beneficiaries between the ages of 30 to 35. Consequently, there is no data currently available towards the direct sustainable jobs recorded for those aged 35 to 55 under the specific initiatives. And the specific initiatives included the Heineken Green Seeds Enterprise Development Program, the Bolt Accelerator Program, the Take a Lot SME Intern Training Program, the Old Mutual Insure Black Youth Broker Development Initiative, and the Riza Babuile ICT Skills Development Program. The Unilever Masterclass Initiative was the only program primarily involving participants within the 35 to 55 category. And this involved township entrepreneurs in the catering and food services sector. Now, approximately 500 township businesses participated in the program. However, the initiative focused on enterprise development, skills transfer, and market readiness support, rather than direct employment placement. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Member Ngobeni.
Thank you, Member Ngobeni. Do you have a supplementary question or a short comment, brief comment?
No, Deputy Speaker, let's thank the MEC for the response. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Member Mfikwe, please ask your question to MEC again, economic development.
Thank you very much, DS. The Gauteng Investment Conference held on the 9th of April 2026 presented a wide range of outcomes and strategic directions for the province's economic development. Can the MEC for Economic Development answer the following? 1, how will the investments in manufacturing that were made at the conference positively impact on the labor market in Gauteng, specifically for the semi-skilled workers? 2, one of the panels was about the digital economy and frontier technologies such as AI. How will this practically help SMMEs in our townships and peri-urban areas of Gauteng? 3, skills development was one of the key themes of the conference. What would be the practical value of the value of aligning the investments with sector-specific training programs, and which skills gaps should be prioritized? Thank you, DS.
Thank you, Member Mfikwe. MEC, your reply.
Thank you, Member Mfikwe. On the first question, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Gauteng Investment Conference reaffirmed manufacturing and reindustrialization as central pillars of the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan. The conference highlighted advanced manufacturing, localization, supply development, industrial competitiveness, and infrastructure investment as key priorities for the province. Investments mobilized through the conference are expected to positively impact the labor market by creating significant employment opportunities for semi-skilled to skilled workers across various sectors, such as automotive, manufacturing, agro-processing, logistics, textiles, construction materials, and many other industries. These investments will stimulate demand for technicians, machine operators, assemblers, welders, artisans, logistics coordinators, and many other skills in those value chains. The rebuilding of local manufacturing dialogue also formed part of the program and specifically focused on strengthening domestic manufacturing capacity. And again, this focuses on promoting localization and reducing dependency on imports. This approach creates opportunities as well for the integration of micro, small, and medium enterprises. And furthermore, the conference emphasized the development of economic infrastructure, such as the special economic zones, industrial agri-parks, and logistics corridors, all of which support labor-intensive industrial expansion. And these investments are expected to drive both direct and indirect job creation while improving long-term productive capacity and economic inclusion. You will note with the recent round of investments, we were targeting, as well as with the pledges that had been made, 140,000 additional jobs from those investments once they have been realized. On the second question about digital economy and frontier technologies, innovation and digital transformation is one of the key pillars of the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan 2030. And the province's broader objective is to ensure that the digital economy is inclusive and supports participation from historically disadvantaged communities. The GIC recognizes that the digital economy, the AI, data infrastructure, and frontier technologies are critical drivers of future economic growth, development, and competitiveness. The conference further highlighted the importance of strengthening innovation ecosystems and positioning Gauteng as a leading digital hub. This creates opportunities for township businesses to participate in these sectors. And in addition, Gauteng-based enterprises who were panelists included companies such as Tsimolochong, Telkom, Cassava Technologies, Equinix, and others. On question 3, skills development being one of the key themes at the conference. One of the key pillars of the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan is skills of the future and workforce development. This is a very critical pillar because it aligns our sector-specific training programs with the skills that are required by specific sector investments. And this is critical to ensuring that Gauteng develops a workforce that is directly responsive to industry needs and investment opportunities. It's not just about creating jobs, but about creating jobs that are actually in demand by the industries that we are growing in the province. And this improves employability, strengthens productivity, and reduces the risk of skills mismatch in the future. So the conference repeatedly emphasized the importance of linking investment mobilization with execution and economic impact. And so sector-specific training programs support localization and supplier development objectives by enabling local businesses and workers to participate in the value chains associated with these major infrastructure and industrial projects. On question 4, which skills gaps should be prioritized? The answer is that the GCR EGDP 2030 has identified 12 high growth sectors to drive economic growth and job creation in the province. And so on that basis, we are also guided by the 5 development corridors, and the priority skills gaps that should be addressed include, but this is not limited to these ones, but these are some of the major ones: digital and ICT skills, including AI, data analytics, cybersecurity, cloud computing. We looked at technical and engineering skills linked to manufacturing, industrialization, and energy logistics. Artisanal and vocational skills are very critical. This includes welding, fitting and turning, electrical work, plumbing, automotive assembly, as well as supply chain logistics, renewable energy and green economy skills. Entrepreneurship and business management is key, as well as financial literacy and digital business skills. The creative economy and digital production capabilities and project management and infrastructure delivery skills are key. So addressing these skills gaps is essential in the execution of the GCR Economic Growth and Development Plan 2030 and will enable us to drive industrialization, job creation, and economic inclusion in our province. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Member Fikwe, do you have a short remark? Complementary question?
No, I'm good. I'm good, DS. Thank you very much. Thanks, MEC.
Okay, thank you. Can we go back to Member Engelbrecht? To the MEC Agriculture and Rural Development? Okay, let's continue. She'll indicate when she joins in, or she's able to join in. Member Honorable Musai, MEC Gupta. Honorable Musai, or does she ever stand in rather? Okay, Honorable Deputy Chief Whip. Deputy Chief Whip. Okay, Honorable Shabarada to MEC Gupta. Aibu. Are we still in the sitting?
Am I audible, Deputy Speaker?
Oh, yes, now you are. Yes, you can go ahead.
No, thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regards to effluent refuse collection, could the MEC please indicate how many service providers have been used in the past 5 financial years? How much has been paid to each service provider over the last 5 financial years? how much overtime has been paid within refuse collection waste management department in the last 5 financial years, how much has been used for refuse collection in hiring fleet for the past 5 years. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. MEC Cocter.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. And let me thank Honorable Shabalala for the question. Now, I will provide you with the figures, and of course I can see this link to the previous part of the engagements and taking that into account. The service providers that have been engaged by Mfuleni municipality, they state that here it is 15. And then you want to know how much has been paid. Over the past 5 years, the municipality has given a breakdown of the figures year by year, July 2021 to June 2022. The figures are here in the reply. For example, that will be 23 million for July 2022 to June 2023. They've given a figure of 18 million. So the breakdown is there per the 5-year period, but the total is about 68 million that they have provided. And with respect to the third part, the overtime part, they have provided a figure of about 31 million. And that also is broken down into each financial year. And number 4, they are also giving a figure there of 13 million. So those are the figures that they've provided, but each one of them has got a breakdown. And to save time, we will provide you with the reply from Mfuleni. I hope that helps you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Chabalala, do you have a comment or a question?
No, thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I mean, it is quite sad that Mfuleni local municipality continues to pay millions in overtime and millions to service providers, whereas there is zero to little in terms of refuse collection in Mfuleni. I mean, this is not just a governance failure. It's an insult and a spit in the face of Mfuleni residents. In Mfuleni, residents are forced to live in filth, which is posing risk to their health. Illegal dumping is spiraling out of control. Our suburbs, CBDs and townships are buried under piles and heaps of rubbish because of little refuse collection. I mean, under the DA government, such will not happen. Residents will get a value for their money, but we are saying to the residents of Mfuleni, all hope is not lost. Vote DA, let's fix Mfuleni. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chabalala. MEC, do you have a comment on that? Or a reply?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want to say that myself and MEC Buota, we have already had our first round of engagements on our consolidated response to the challenge of waste removal and cleaning, waste management as a whole in Mfuleni. We have agreed to tighten up certain parts of that and also approach EXCO on the approach that we're taking. So last week, we had a discussion, so there were just certain things we needed to tie up. We will be moving into Mfuleni. The mayor has requested for assistance, and that's the intervention we're packaging. So let me assure honorable members of the House that what Honorable Shabalala is saying, I think it must be taken as cheap politicking, because we are in that part of the year where we're going to have a lot of this. But I think from where we stand together with the ANC-led government of provincial unity, we will be able to provide support. And we did a test case of this last year, July. So I think we can wish Honorable Shabalala well in his daydreaming and seeking to hijack and abuse this part. But we are working on it, and we will be able to address this challenge in a very sustainable way. And I'd like to assure the residents of Mfuleni about that. As for daydreaming, we don't have control over that. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable L. Yaga.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to members of the House. I would just like to ask the MEC, please, with regard to the Johannesburg Art Gallery, could the MEC please indicate, number one, provide a full list of all artworks being moved from Johannesburg Art Gallery to Museum Africa, and confirm if this list was independently checked, who was appointed to move and install the artworks, how were they appointed, and what is the total cost? Number three, when will the artworks be removed from JAG and installed at the Museum Africa? Number four, what security, climate control, and insurances are in place to protect the artworks during the move and storage? And number five, will the public be able to see the artworks at Museum Africa, including the time frame till this happens? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable MEC.
Yes, thanks to you once more, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Let me acknowledge the question, and the question is well received. And I assure the Honorable Member that we have a reply from the city of Joburg, and what they are saying about the very first part of the question, where you require a full list of artworks being moved. The indication here is that there's no artworks that have been moved to Museum Africa. And then with respect to your second question, who was appointed? They are indicating that there was no service provider appointed for the relocation to the Museum Africa. With respect to your third question on when will the artworks be removed from JAG, the reply is that the artworks will be relocated only when there is approval from the South African Heritage Resources Agency. Then the fourth part, it's about security, climate, and insurance, and the reply from the city, which is quite detailed and quite clear, which will provide you, and I would like to save the legislature time, is that on security, all access points are secured with a biometric access control system. And the facility is monitored by 24-hour on-site security personnel, supported by a network of CCTV cameras and a full integrated alarm system. So with regard to climate control, just briefly, the designated storage areas are equipped with a modern heating, ventilation, and air conditioning, which is the HVAC system, to maintain stable environmental conditions. There are other parts that I'll leave out, insurance and transportation. The reply is that in preparation for the relocation process, artworks will be handled by a specialized logistics company with a proven track record in the handling and transportation of fine art. And of course, there's more, but the last part whether the public will be able to see the artworks. The reply is that exhibitions at the Johannesburg Art Gallery and Museum Africa are planned annually in alignment with the city's financial year. These exhibitions are curated in accordance with implementation plans developed by curators and formally approved by the Executive Director, Community Development. And perhaps lastly, as I said, I'll briefly reply. It says, currently an exhibition titled Homecoming is on display at the Standard Bank Gallery. This exhibition will run until 31st October 2026 and offers visitors a curated selection of works from the JAG collection. Public access details with the Standard Bank Gallery. Thank you very much, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Tiaka. Do you have a supplementary question? A short
Yes.
remark?
Yes, please. Thank you, MEC, for that detailed response. Would it be possible to get the response from the City of Johannesburg, as it seems to have some technical specifications, which I would appreciate, as my question was really directed mainly at works that are planned to be sent to Museum Africa. I am aware of those at Standard Bank exhibition. In fact, I've got more questions in that regard. So thank you. If I could get those, that response, I would really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member. MEC?
This reply was prepared for the member. So the member will definitely get the reply as it was prepared for them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Mthikwe?
Thank you very much, DS.
MEC Health, yes. Go ahead, sorry.
MEC, considering challenges related to the availability of essential medicines and supply chain inefficiencies, can the MEC respond to the following questions? What steps is the department taking to address misalignment between prescribed treatments and the availability of medicines, particularly within the CCMDD program? 2, how is the department strengthening procurement systems to ensure the timely and consistent supply of essential medicines across all our facilities? Lastly, what measures are in place to improve coordination between budgeting, supply chain management, and service delivery to prevent medicine stock out? Thank you, DS.
Thank you, MEC. Please reply.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, for the question from Honorable Mthikwe. In responding to question number 1 on what steps is the department taking to address mismanagement between prescribed treatments and the availability of medicine, the response will be the CCMDD program was designed to be aligned to National Department of Health and National Department of Health and National Essential List Standard Treatment Guidelines for Stable Chronic Patients. It will be impractical to have the program aligned to new and active prescription, especially for patients who must consult clinicians. In responding to question number 2, how is the department strengthening procurement systems to ensure the timely and consistent supply of essential medicines across facilities? The response is the strategies to improve procurement systems are at advanced stage, and strategic improvements include implementation of new warehouse management information systems and inventory management information systems, and the province has managed to achieve more than 90% medicine availability in the past financial year, at all levels of healthcare, from primary healthcare to academic hospital level. Gauteng Department of Health facilities have consistently achieved above 94% of on medicines availability for the current and past financial years, and especially the vital and essential medicines, even during global supply chain challenges caused by wars and pandemics. In responding to question number 3, what measures are in place to improve coordination between budgeting, supply chain management, and service delivery to prevent medicine stockouts? The response will be the focus based on increasing demand and expenditure assessments are performed well in advance to inform medicines budget for the province. This is to ensure that at any given point a sufficient supply of medicines are available. However, due to budget constraints in the province, less than requested budget is usually allocated, resulting in accruals due to the increased demand for medicines. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Mfikwe, for the question.
Thank you, Member Mfikwe. A compliment, I beg your pardon, supplementary question or a short remark?
No, thank you very much, DS. Just a supplementary remark. We do appreciate the responses, MEC, and we're hoping that as the system matures, we will never get, when we do our oversight, complaints about lack of, especially chronic medication. So we're hoping that the system will indeed mature and we will be doing better going forward. Thank you very much, DS. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Member. MEC.
Abakabuza umbuzo Somlomo.
Hayi kaloku when she makes a
comment. Hayi. Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Member.
Comment or ubonge.
Angithi ngibona ngoba ziningi ziyalandelana, ndicinga uba sekile enye elandelayo. Let's appreciate your comment, Honorable Member Mfikwe, and definitely we shall strive to make sure that we don't have these challenges and that our communities, as and when they go to any institution, they are able to get their desired medicine and we won't experience challenges. Of course, as honorable members, they can continue, I mean, as part of their oversight work, they can continue assisting us where there are challenges and be able to bring that to our attention so that then we're able to attend to it and make sure that the medical supply depot has enough stock in ensuring that our communities receive their stock. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Hicklin.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. Madam MEC, over the last 2 months, I have registered complaints with the HOD over extremely overzealous security guards being verbally abusive to patients and their families at least 3 tertiary or district hospitals across Gauteng. These include Dr. Yusuf Dadu, Telemokhorane, and Leratong hospitals. Question 1. What right does a security guard have to insult or determine whether a patient needs to be triaged or not? Number 2, what medical training do these security officers have that inform these decisions? Question 3, these so-called security officers or security guards are never in any uniform, but become increasingly aggressive towards patients' family members. To whom do they report, including authority given to these authority given to physically throwing patients' family members out of waiting areas, despite the family having been there for 4 or 5 hours at a time? 4, who are these security guards if millions are already being paid to official security guards to guard the above-mentioned facilities? And what, if anything, is being paid to them in rands and cents per month? And finally, Out of which budget line item does money come for this group of vigilantes? I thank you.
Thank you, Emerson.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker and Honourable Member Higgins for the question. In responding to question number 1, security guards are responsible for access control, enforcing safety measures and maintaining order to support healthcare operations. Security guards do not perform any clinical functions or exercise authority over patients' care decision. In responding to question number 2, on what medical training do these security officers that inform their decision? Unfortunately, no security guard is actually trained in this. So it's unfortunate that those security guards, although there's no specific institution where Member Higgling is indicating, so that they are also able to zoom in and call people to order if they're doing things that they are not supposed to do. In responding to question number 3, security guards in all health facilities are always in uniform and are not allowed to act aggressively or remove individuals without just cause. Their primary role is to maintain order and ensure compliance with hospital policies and procedure, particularly in high pressure environments, and in ensuring that our patients remain safe at all the time. Their primary role is to maintain law and order, as I indicated, in compliance with hospital policies and procedure, particularly in high pressure areas. If intervention is necessary, it must be carried out in a controlled and respectful manner. Where circumstances allow, the matter must be brought to the attention of the hospital management. Security guards report to the hospital security manager. And responding to question number 4, the security guards are employed by the service provider appointed through a supply chain management process by the Department of Health Facilities. And the department has no knowledge of existence of any security guards that are not authorized to be in institution. The cost breakdown to service providers responsible for security in the specific institutions are as below. In USAF Datu, the service provider is Bravo Span Security, and it has a contract of 2,155,000. Leratong Hospital, it is Dow Security, and the amount is 2 million and some cents. Telemocherane, it is MMV Protection Services, and they get 2.3 million. And responding to question number 5, of which budget line is the money coming from of this group of they're not vigilantes, Member Higgins, they are securities. The cost of security is covered under goods and services budget line item. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Higgling, do you want to comment?
Do indeed. Unfortunately, MEC, it's not often it is not the actual security guards that I'm talking about. It is a group of vigilantes. 9 times out of 10, they are wearing tracksuits. They are not in security uniforms, and they act like thugs. And I have countless examples that I can actually show you photographs, and I have patients and their families who have complained to me about family members being thrown out physically by these thugs from a triage area or from a hospital casualty where the patient has been there for 5 hours, hence the nature of my question. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Member Higgling. We note all your concerns, and we shall investigate the vigilantes as you outlined, and ensure that security guards, they must actually all the time wear their uniform, and they must comply with the law. Thank you very much, Member Higgling.
Thank you. Honorable More.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. With regard to official response provided by the MEC regarding legislature question 5, HL 213 of 2025 last year, on the digitization of patient records across Gauteng public healthcare facilities, Will the MEC please answer the following questions? 1, noting the staggering admission that exactly 0 out of 37 public hospitals in Gauteng have fully implemented the health information system with all modules, and that 33 hospitals are still relying entirely on paper-based clinical documentation. What immediate and specific bottleneck interventions is the department deploying to drastically accelerate the hospital rollout before the stated, then it was March 2026, because the question was last year deadline. Number 2, acknowledging the severe infrastructure deficit identified, including inadequate hardware, poor network connectivity, and insufficient electricity backups. Exactly how much of the allocated 284 million budget for the financial year has been physically spent to date on installing dedicated backup power and internet connectivity specifically for the HES system at the 33 hospital lagging behind, sorry. Number 3, since the response states that the department is introducing biometric access system to safeguard records and ensure POPIA compliance, in exactly how many of the 37 hospitals and 33 community healthcare centers are these biometric access control system currently fully installed and functionally active today? I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. In response to question number 1, the department has successfully integrated the sub-HIS with PACs to date. The health information system project has delivered the patient administration, the billing and finance modules to 33 community healthcare centers, my apology, and 37 hospitals. The clinical module of the HIS is fully configured across all components. It has been implemented at 22 CHCs and 4 hospitals, including major facilities such as South Matake in Johannesburg Academic Hospital, the Cardiothoracic Emergency Department and Internal Medicine, Dr. George Mukari, the Emergency Department, the Internal Medicine, the Surgery and Outpatient areas, including MOPD and SOPD, Pesaqua and Mamelodi Hospital. Due to the complexity of hospital environment, a phased implementation approach is followed, and to date, 22 CHCs have fully digitized patient records across all HIS modules. Since the inception of this HIS program, approximately 7,402,206 patient profiles have been captured in the system. The implementation of the SAP clinical module at Dr. Mukari Academic Hospital is currently being finalized, and the system has already been successfully deployed in the emergency department, internal medicine, surgery, outpatient, including the MOPD. Specialties covered include gynecology, OPD, the ANC, that is the section and reproductive health services, the spinal unit, the breast clinic, the speech and audiology, renal unit, cardiology, and family practice. The department is responsible for providing infrastructure and devices, and rollout has been constrained by limitations in these areas. To address this, a comprehensive mitigation plan is being developed. This includes prioritizing network infrastructure upgrades to ensure stable connectivity across facilities and accelerating the procurement and deployment of devices to support all clinical areas. In 2026-2027 financial year, the department plans to roll out the solution to an additional 12 hospitals and 16 CHCs, subject to availability of funding. Ongoing technical support and continuous systems monitoring will be strengthened to resolve connectivity issues promptly and minimize disruption to clinical workflow and severe infrastructure deficits identified, including inadequate hardware, poor network connectivity, and insufficient electricity backups. Exactly how much of the allocated money, which is almost 284 million, which has been budgeted for this financial year, has been physically spent to date on installing dedicated backup and power internet connectivity, especially for those HIS systems at the 33 hospitals that are lagging behind. In responding to question number 2, the department has upgraded the network infrastructure at Dr. Mukari Academic Hospital, Charlotte Maxeke, and Steve Biko, And the Wi-Fi installation project at Krisani Parakwana is currently in progress and is scheduled for completion within the 2026-2027 financial year. Rahima Musa Mother and Child Hospital has been fully upgraded to support optimal utilization of the clinic module. The department has also procured network equipment for Ellen Joseph, with installation currently underway to enhance network connectivity and improve overall service delivery. The Gauteng Department of Health, in collaboration with the Department of eGov, will implement a phased approach to upgrade the remaining outstanding facilities, subject also, as I indicated, Madam Deputy Speaker, depending on the availability of the budget. This approach is intended to ensure comprehensive, sustainable, and high-quality delivery. The wide area network and internet services are currently being provided through the Gauteng Provincial Network, which is the GPN program, governed by the Department of eGov, and ongoing challenges within the WNA architecture continue to result in intermittent downtime at various sites, impacting service delivery. And Department of Health and eGov will continue to engage collaboratively on issues and initiatives aimed at strengthening and stabilizing the services to ensure adequate network capacity, operational resilience, and uninterrupted service delivery. The Department of Health will require the implementation of a medical-grade local area network supported by robust business continuity measures and full network redundancy. In responding to question number 3, the department is currently in the process of digitizing patient records across all public health facilities as part of the broader e-digitization program aimed at improving record management, enhancing the security of patients, and strengthening compliance with the protection of personnel. At present, biometric access control systems have not yet been fully installed and functional and activated in the hospitals and in clinics. And the rollout of biometrics access control is planned to occur after a successful completion and stabilization of the digitization program. And it should further be noted that the department is currently implementing the health patient registration system. The HPRS, which incorporates biometric functionality as part of its patient identification and records management, and in the interim, healthcare facilities continue to utilize existing physical and administrative access control measures to safeguard patient records, while the department also progresses with the digitization program and explores future funding opportunities for the phased implementation of biometrics access control. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker and honourable member, for the question.
Honourable Mora, do you have a follow-up question?
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, MEC. I hope I heard you clearly. You mentioned that out of 37 public hospitals, only 4 has fully implemented the health information system. I hope I heard you right there. And then out of the 33 CHCs, only 22 have fully implemented. Deputy Speaker, before I do a follow-up, I just want the MEC to confirm if I'm correct. That's what you said?
Yes, you heard me well. Yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Remember?
Okay. No, my follow-up question then it's basically on especially the hospitals, the remaining 33 hospitals, in terms of timelines. When do you anticipate that they will be fully also digitalized? You would know that Gauteng Hospital, we carry the highest patient load, around plus minus 26 in the country, and we only have plus minus 14% of the public hospitals. So without reliable health information system, I mean, everything that we do then, breaks down into delays, errors. You would know the litigations that the cases that we always have in terms of litigations and money that has been wasted. So what are the timelines, especially with the hospitals? The clinics, at least you guys have pushed 22 out of 33. It's not bad. Any timelines, any ideas? Obviously, it will be approximate timelines. But yeah, what are the timelines in terms of the remaining 33 hospitals? Thank you, MEC.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honourable Deputy Speaker. Like I indicated, everything relies on the availability of budget, Honourable Member. As and when we're able to get money, will be able to focus on some of those facilities that are still outstanding and ensure a full digitalization of everyone, including all the facilities, so that no facility is left behind. But as and when we have done the work, Honorable Deputy Speaker, we will update honorable members. I'm sure she might bring back the question again so as to check progress in the, especially in the coming financial year. Okwamanje seyiphelile imali, sesibheka imali entsha. Siyabonga kakhulu, Honorable Speaker.
Sibonge kaMazibuko, sibonge MEC member so to Human Settlement MEC.
Greetings, Deputy Speaker, honorable members, and our supporting staff. My question to the MEC of the Human Settlement. The province continues to experience a growing number of unoccupied RDP houses, particularly in a newly developed settlement such as those in the West Rand. Many of these units are either left vacant due to the beneficiary migration or death, or illegal occupied, in brackets hijacked, leading to vandalism and criminal activity. This reflects weakness in beneficiary verifications, post-allocation, monitoring, and interprofessional coordination. Therefore, what concrete measures has the MEC implemented to prevent or to audit and track unoccupied subsidized houses in the province, to prevent illegal occupation and hijacking? 3, reallocate abandoned units efficiently to qualifying beneficiaries on the house waiting list. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Member Miso. MEC, please reply.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Honorable Miso for the question. The response to the first part of the question is as follows. The department has no records of unoccupied subsidized houses that are quality assured and complete. Those houses that are not yet occupied are because there could be outstanding milestones or outstanding work that still needs to be done. Beneficiary education programs are implemented to empower beneficiaries with an understanding of their responsibilities beyond the allocation of a house. As and when concerns are reported to the department and when specific details are provided, the department can track and verify the approved beneficiary allocated to the house. The response to the second part of the question is as follows. To prevent illegal occupation or hijacking, beneficiaries approved for a particular project undergo a pre-allocation process before houses are ready for occupation. Once houses have passed quality assurance and are deemed ready for allocation, the allocation process is concluded within 3 to 5 days through beneficiary empowerment sessions conducted prior to occupation. During these sessions, emphasis is placed on the importance of immediate occupation by beneficiaries to prevent illegal occupation, as the developer is not responsible for security once the house has been officially handed over to the owner. However, where houses are not yet ready for allocation and have not passed quality assurance, the developer remains responsible for securing such houses until they are ready for lawful occupation. The response to the third part is that reallocation of houses will have serious legal implications for both the department and the beneficiary, especially once a housing unit has been allocated. The process of title deed registration commences, and any reallocation at that stage may result in double allocation, which could subsequently lead to legal disputes and ownership conflicts. Where we have situations where beneficiaries take time to occupy their house, they are issued with warning letters and timeframes with deadlines for them to take occupation of their houses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Miso.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your response, MEC. However, I want to make a follow-up to you, MEC. Seemingly, you are not aware of, particularly when the question of how can you prevent that? I've asked that question because of I have evidence. I have people, more than 5 people that came to the PCO, and I've submitted their names to the department, and the department confirmed in writing that their houses were hijacked. As a result, those people are still paying rent. They are renting, they are paying rent, and yet there were houses that were supposed to be allocated to them. And to date, those houses are not yet being allocated to them. So I will request the MEC, myself, I'll submit the list of those people to the MEC so that then she can then make a follow-up on those issues, MEC, because I can tell you there are many houses that are claimed as being hijacked. If they are not hijacked, that means the department, they are giving people houses who are not qualified for those houses. I thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Miso. MEC?
Yes, thank you, Member Miso. The hijacked houses, we do have a record of houses that are hijacked. Those are illegally occupied. That process requires us to go to court for eviction orders, or so that we can obtain an eviction order to evict the illegal occupant and allocate to the rightful beneficiary. But that is a completely different process, and also slightly different to the question that you've asked about houses that are not occupied. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Miso.
No, I'm fine.
Oh, you're fine. Thank you.
Yes, I'm fine.
Member Makwala, your question to the MEC? Member Makwala? Member Makwala, your question to the MEC? Just hang on for me a second, members. If Member Makwala is not available for now, we'll come back to him. Member Masilela?
Jesus. Greetings, Deputy Speaker. The questions read as follows. On the 28th, of April, the department announced that it will hand over houses from the Western Area Borough mega project to qualifying beneficiaries. While we welcome this as a step in the right direction, as the long-anticipated Borough project is finally yielding results, we raise long-standing concerns about who exactly constitute qualified beneficiaries in the Gauteng, where some residents have been waiting since 1994. Can the MEC answer the following questions? In terms of qualifying beneficiaries, can the MEC provide a breakdown of the categories of beneficiaries allocated houses? How many housing units have been allocated in total, including those handed over on the 28th of April? What is the status of completion of the project and how far it is from full completion? And what measures is the department implementing to ensure that the allocation process is transparent and free from bribery and other corruption-related activities? I thank you.
Thank you, Member Masilela. MEC, please reply.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Member Masilela for the questions. The response is as follows to the first part. Allocations in Western Area Borough mega project follow the beneficiaries categories breakdown as stipulated in the housing allocation policy, which is as follows. Beneficiaries, 40% go to beneficiaries approved between 1996 and 1999. 10% are for beneficiaries living with disabilities. 10% is allocated to military veterans. 10% is to the elderly. They may be 60 years and above who did not necessarily apply between 1996 and 1999. And then we have 10%, which is discretionary special cases. These are usually referrals from various institutions. We also use this 10% special cases for matters like petitions, etc. On the second part of the question, a total of, to date, 3,277 houses have been allocated in Western Area Borwa, and the status of completion of the project and how far is it from full completion. The response is that the total project scope is 16,000 units, of which, as I reported, 3,277 have been delivered to date. The response to the last part of the question is that all projects have a joint allocations committee that sits chaired by the Chief Director, Beneficiary Management, constituting representatives from the provincial department and representatives from the municipality concerned. The purpose of the committee is to agree on approved beneficiaries that will be earmarked for allocations in a new project and agree on targeted areas in the municipality where these beneficiaries are sourced from the National Housing Needs Register. This then follows the housing allocations policy, which dictates the various categories that should constitute a list of those who will be allocated. Any incidents of bribery and corruption should be reported so that it can be attended to. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Member Muslia, a short remark. Question? Hello, Member Muslia. Are you good? Are you satisfied?
Yes, I'm satisfied. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, MEC, you satisfied? You good?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Member Mokola, is he able to join? Able to ask? Okay, we'll pass. Members Kosana?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, despite the commitment by the Gauteng government to address challenges inherent in the community of Ga-Rankuwa in Tshwane municipality, this community of Ga-Rankuwa continues to suffer from chronic land tenure insecurity. This has resulted in more than 20 years of unresolved title deed backlogs. And compounding this institutional failure are houses that are swamped inside and exposed to a sewage streams for the more than 10 years in Zone 4 in Ga-Rankuwa and Ga-Rankuwa View. This ongoing neglect reflects a broader systemic breakdown in human settlement service delivery, where political awareness has not translated into administrative action, including political promises. In the light of the above, can the MEC for Human Settlement respond to the following questions? Why has no action been taken on the release of the title deeds for the people of Mawika for over 20 years, despite full knowledge of the provincial government and the MEC? Can the MEC provide clear time frame lines and action plan for the issuing of the title deeds? And again, when is the Gauteng government, in conjunction with the Tshwane municipality, going to fix the sewage crisis of over 10 years for the houses of Ga-Rankuwa people in Zone 14, in Zone 4? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Members Kosi. MEC?
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thank you to Members Kosana for the questions. The response is as follows to the first part. The Northwest Housing Corporation property portfolio that includes pre-1994 properties and farms on which unproclaimed townships are located forms a significant part of its asset base and impacts the corporation's ability to continue functioning as a viable entity severely, should they dispose thereof without compensation. The board of the Northwest Housing Corporation approved and proposed a donation process to the minister in December 2025. The legal processes and requirements of this donation were thoroughly investigated under the leadership of the Human Settlements Ministry and the department and found not to be feasible. A thorough analysis of the donations process prescribed by Treasury regulations, the PFMA and MFMA, revealed it to be fraught with legal and financial challenges that the corporation would not be able to meet due to its own financial position. This would result in non-compliance and a protracted implementation process. The response to the second part of the question is that this matter should be escalated to the City of Tshwane for further assistance and the necessary intervention. The response to the third part of the question is that the Minister of Human Settlements, together with the MEC in Gauteng and the MEC in Northwest, and their administrations, as well as the Northwest Housing Corporation, as well as the City of Tshwane, have initiated an alternative process to ensure both objectives are achieved in the best interest of all parties concerned. We would be able to make determinations by mid-June 2026. And the response to the last part of the question, Member Skosana, I'm sure you know that the issues around sewer in a metro municipality are the responsibility of the city, and therefore I request that you escalate the matter to the City of Tshwane for further assistance and necessary intervention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, MEC. Member Skosana, do you have a remark?
Yes. Yes, Deputy Speaker. I appreciate for the first time the timelines indicated, which is June 2026. I'm glad to engage with the MEC immediately in July to check the status of progress made in that regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MEC.
Thank you.
Okay. Member Mhlongo, to MEC Rhodes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Speaker. To the MEC, recently the oversight report in the Department of Roads and Transport under the Gauteng Management Agency noted an improvement of the management in administration, infrastructure, operation and regulations. The achievement of an unqualified audit opinion with no findings in the financial year under review has been commendable. Can the MEC kindly reflect on the following? In the transport infrastructure, there's 2 bridges that are located in Tshwane that were not rehabilitated. If we can get a sense of what the progress is in the process to remedy this situation. Secondly, is there any budget that has been allocated to carrying out that rehabilitation? And if so, how much would that budget be? Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker.
Thanks, Member Mhlongo, sorry. MEC.
Thank you very much,
Yeah,
Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to the House, and thanks to Member Mhlongo for the question. The rehabilitation of the affected bridges forms part of the broader BMS program. The initial contract was awarded to a contractor who was unfortunately unable to complete the work due to financial and technical challenges, resulting in the Department of Roads and Transport terminating the contract. Subsequently, a new contractor has been duly appointed to complete the outstanding work. The current scope includes the rehabilitation of about 7 bridges. The project is now in the implementation phase with a planned duration of 15 months, which includes a 2-month period dedicated to stakeholder engagements to ensure proper coordination and minimization of disruptions. As you know that this is amongst the challenges faced by infrastructure development in our province. And question 2, yes, provision has been made in the current budget for the completion of this work. The total allocated budget for the construction portion of the project is around 75 million plus. This allocation is considered sufficient to complete the rehabilitation of the 7 identified bridges under the current contract. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Mhlongo. Do you have a comment?
Thanks, Honorable Deputy Speaker, and thanks to the MEC for that response. I think that, Madam Deputy Speaker, one wants to also comment that as much as we've had some challenges on our roads and some of the bridges that we have, there has been quite progress that we have seen under the tenure of MEC Diale Tlabela and the work and the team that they are doing. They must keep it up. Thank you. Thank you, MEC.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker, and thanks to Member Mhlongo. All we need is to work together also with public representatives to assist us. I think one of the biggest challenges we are having is community disruptions, but we're trying our best to set aside enough time to ensure that we deal with all issues through our social facilitation. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Masole, to MEC Transport.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On the state of road infrastructure in the province in the last quarter from across Ekurhuleni, Tshwane, and most notably through the Olympic pothole swimmer of Johannesburg, residents have repeatedly reported potholes being marked but not repaired for weeks. May the MEC please answer the following questions. What is the department's targeted turnaround time for pothole repair? Once they have been reported, what has been the actual turnaround time for repairs of potholes? And still on the issue of road infrastructure, despite ongoing road maintenance allocations, commuters still experience deteriorating arterial roads during peak rain damage periods. What percentage of the road maintenance budget has the department spent in the last 90 days? And in this regard, how many road maintenance projects have been completed in that period? Thank you.
Should I come in, GS? Okay.
Yes, apologies for that. Apologies for that. I was just moving. MEC.
Thanks, DS. Member Masulen, speak of an Olympic pothole swimmer. I don't know who's that. Our turnaround time as Department of Roads and Transport on pothole repairs, once they have been reported, is 72 hours. Member Masulen, you understand that through the pothole app, we also take reports and complaints of municipalities. And that's where we do not have control on the turnaround time. And in some instances, if the teams of DRT are around where the report is or where the complaint is, we sometimes help in fixing that pothole. But in most of the cases, we use our IGR service delivery platform to ensure that municipalities are responsive. But our turnaround time as the Department of Roads and Transport is 72 hours. Once the pothole is reported, and the actual pothole repair turnaround time is 7 days. You have heard us speaking about potholes not being a strategy to road maintenance. So what we are doing in this new financial year is the milling and resurfacing of some of many roads that have deteriorated, and there's a program we have intensified, and where you see us patching potholes, it's on an interim basis while waiting to move to some of the roads as identified. The percentage on road maintenance budget that was spent in the last 90 days in Ekurhuleni is around 1.2%. One of the challenges we had there is the RIFSA 1 and 2 contractor that is not performing. We have written to him, as you know, Member Masulen, that for non-performance, the department is serious. We terminate the contracts. There are 9 roads that were treated in that part of the province, and the department is currently busy with around 22 roads that we are milling and resurfacing to extend the lifespan of those roads. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Member Masulen. A short remark.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the responses, and thank you, Deputy Speaker. My follow-up question will be, To assist with our planning and oversight work, can we request from the MEC the name of the roads that have been resurfaced, the name of the roads, and maybe the streets and the addresses thereof, so that it allows us to verify progress on the ground. Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, DS. We will share through the DRT, the service delivery WhatsApp we have with members of the portfolio committee on the work that was done in the previous financial year, which roads, how much did we spend? And we also can share where we are working in this financial year. Thank you very much, DS.
Thank you. Member Du Plessis, are you ready with your question to MEC Rose?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. My question, with the fatal death of learners in the last couple of months, can the MEC for Roads and Transport please answer the following? Will Scholar Transport still remain under the purview of both education and roads and transport? If it's moved, to what department will it be moved? What measures have been implemented to curb these accidents? Have these measures been successful? And what is the current total of allocated Scholar Transport licenses? Thank you.
MEC.
Thank you very much, DS. I must say that this question is coming almost for the fourth time, and it's one question but faced differently from different members. And in the last question, I think it was asked by Member Mhlongo, I tried to, in my response, take the legislature through who's responsible for what, but then let me just respond to it again. Scholar Transport will at present remain a concurrent function between the Department of Education and the Department of Roads and Transport, as well as Community Safety. And all these three departments, Member Du Plessis, they play a different role as it relates to Scholar Transport. This approach ensures that learner eligibility is appropriately determined by the Department of Education, while the Department of Roads and Transport continues to exercise its mandate over regulation, licensing, and safety compliance. Then Department of Community Safety ensures law enforcement. The current arrangement allows for coordinated service delivery in the best interest of learners. At this stage, there's no question two. At this stage, there's no formal decision to transfer Scholar Transport to a single department. However, the matter is receiving active consideration within the provincial government as part of broader efforts to strengthen coordination, improve accountability, and enhance service delivery. Any proposed institutional changes will be subject to due governance processes and collective approval. Question 3, the department has implemented a range of targeted intervention to address and reduce Scholar Transport related accidents. This include the intensification of law enforcement operation focusing specifically on Scholar Transport vehicles, working closely with the Department of Community Safety and the Gauteng Transport Inspectorate, ongoing roadworthiness testing and compliance inspections, which we also have partnered with the private VTSs to assist us in that regard, strengthening the issuing and monitoring of operating licenses. Still a bit of a challenge here because operators are not coming in their numbers to apply. Member Du Plessis, you'll remember in the portfolio committee, we gave you the numbers on how many came forward to apply to regularize themselves. Rolling out of road safety awareness campaign directed at drivers, operators, learners, and communities, enhancing interdepartmental and stakeholder collaboration, particularly with Department of Education and law enforcement agencies, advancing the implementation of a standardized Scholar Transport model to improve safety and operational efficiency. I must say that also at the national level, this is receiving attention. Both the Minister of Basic Education as well as Minister of Department of Transport have a platform for us as provinces to find ways of aligning and ensuring that we deal with the challenges faced by scholar transport. While these interventions are beginning to yield improvements in compliance and awareness, the department acknowledges that the loss of lives remains a serious concern. The measures implemented have had a positive impact. However, further work is required to address persistent challenges, including unlawful operations and driver behavior. The department remains committed to strengthening enforcement and oversight to achieve a sustained reduction in incidents. The total number, question 4, the total number of allocated scholar transport operating licenses is currently undergoing verification by the provincial regulatory entity to ensure accuracy and integrity of the data. A confirmed figure will be provided once this process has been concluded. Thank you very much, Member Du Plessis. Thank you, DS. I'm done.
Thank you, MEC. Member Du Plessis, do you have a comment?
Deputy Speaker, yes, thank you. Now, I think my answers of my questions have been answered, and we are looking to the future to see what will be done to save the lives of our scholars. Thank you very much.
MEC.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Member Ntsege to MEC Social Development.
Thank you, DS. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to all the members. I'm glad to see people are still awake. Thank you. With regards to the Kimoja program for 2025-2026 financial year, how many people attended the Kimoja program throughout the year? Please outline the type of awareness program. How many people who attended Kimoja presented at rehabilitation when whether inpatient or outpatient? If they were at Kimoja and need rehab, does that mean that the program didn't do well or failed? And how does the department measure the program's impact? Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Ntsege. MEC Social Development.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The response to question 1 is that the number of people reached through Kimoja prevention and our program is 1079943. The response to question 2 is Kimoja, I'm Fine with Drugs is a government of South Africa brand geared towards drug and substance abuse prevention. The Kimoja program is structured around 4 sub-programs: peer education, puppet, alternatives, and parents and caregivers, and is implemented through 2 primary delivery methods, which is modular contact sections and must-based sessions. The allocation of effort resource between these interventions has been predefined, with 90% allocated to modular contact sessions and 10% to mass-based sessions based on their impact and depth of engagement. Kimoja modular intervention overview. The modular contact sessions, it's 90%, and each module of the Kimoja intervention is designed to be a duration of 45 minutes per session. It's interactive classroom-based sessions, and the implementation period is flexible, ranging from a week to a month, depending on the time allocated by the school for implementation. And learners participate in detailed sessions guided by the Kimoja manuals. Depending on the time allocated by the school or institutions, learners may take tests to measure knowledge gained. The program utilizes various manuals tailored to specific age groups, ensuring content relevance and engagement. These sessions are considered the most effective as they allow for in-depth learning and active participation. So manuals and interventions of Kimoja, we have 8 modules, and then with a number of topics from manual 1, and the target age 10 to 18. and it's Kimoja Peer Education Program, that one, as you have asked. And the other one, it's Kimoja Puppet Program, which is children between 4 to 9 years. And then Kimoja Puppet Manual, it's 8 workshops that are done. Then the third one, it's Kimoja Alternatives Program. So it's youth between 19 and 35 years. Kimoja Alternatives Manual, it's 4 modules. Kimoja Parents and Caregivers Program is for parents. Parents and Caregivers Manual, it's 7 modules that are expected to the people. Kimoja Peer Education Program is designed to educate children and youth about substances and efforts of the substances and their effects on the body. It also equips participants with vital social and refusal skills, empowering them to make informed decisions and resist peer pressure effectively. The puppet intervention, Yona, is the Kimoja Puppet Program uses puppets as engaging tools to connect with the children and deliver impactful Kimoja. I'm fine without drugs messages. Designed for settings such as schools and crèches, the workshops are brief, they're exciting, are tailored to captivate young audiences. The puppet characters are relatable and resonate with their children, making the messages both memorable and age appropriate. Alternative programs on the Kimoja Alternatives Program leverages the performing arts as a dynamic tool to engage youth effectively by incorporating dance, drama, poetry, music into peer education module topics. The program not only draws young people to Kimoja activities, but also delivers compelling Kimoja. I'm fine with drugs and messages. These creative and well-crafted messages are tailored to resonate with the young audiences, making them both engaging and impactful. Under Parents and Caregivers Program, its aim is to unite parents across all age groups and equip them with essential skills to support their children effectively. The program covers critical topics such as educating children about substance abuse, identifying early signs of substance use, and accessing help and resources, recognizing the important role of parents that they play in preventing substance abuse. This initiative empowers them to foster a safe and supportive environment for their children. The mass-based session then is around 10%, which these are typical once-off sessions conducted in assembly-style settings. Short duration, designed to convey focused message and quickly to a large audience. Response to question 3 is that none. Kimoja is a prevention and awareness program, not a statutory intervention program. It is designed for awareness and prevention to minimize statutory placement into the facility. The response to question 4 is that no, risk factors for substance abuse are broad. The need for rehabilitation services then cannot be attributed to a specific program and or to single factor. Many factors may lead to a service user to seek support for substance abuse, including limited access to opportunities, socioeconomic challenges, and individual circumstances. Some factors relate to external conditions, while others are linked to an individual intrinsic motivation and willingness to make positive decisions. However, there have been cases where service users who completed treatment volunteered at NPOs and programs such as Kimoja formed part of the positive support that helped them to maintain briefly and sobriety rather. Once a learner leaves the school environment, they cannot be traced for follow-ups. However, no learners who completed the modular program were admitted for substance abuse treatment, which indicates that the approach is effective. The response to question 5 is the modular component program is captured and monitored on a web-based system. Some schools where the program is implemented report improvements in pass rates since its inception. The department has a memorandum of understanding with the Department of Basic Education to implement the program in schools due to its positive impact. Follow-ups with participants, especially children, are conducted to determine whether they have used substances after completing the program, and this is done on a 2-year cycle as indicated in the timetable below. I will give you the timetable so that you can see, because we have 4 schools, which is Kingsway Secondary School. The baseline was 58.1%. On year 1, it was 72, which was 2021 that year. 2022 financial year, it was 78.2. The year 23, it was 78.8%. Year 24, it was 74%. And year 2025, it was 81.48% at Kingsway. Dinoto Secondary School, the baseline on the first 2021, it was 42%. 2022, 53%, 2023, 71%, 2024, 77%, and 2025, 91%. Leondale Secondary School, on the 2021 financial year, we're sitting at 86%. 2022, it was 72%. 2023, it was 85%. 2024, it was 86%. And 2025, we're sitting at 78%. The last one is in Ngaizivele High School. 2021, we're sitting at 58%. 2022, we're sitting at 62%. 2023, we're sitting at 73%. 2024, we're sitting at 84%. And 2025, we're sitting at 89%. For example, these are the schools then that this program has been there, and we fully believe that it has been implemented properly and is effectively working. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Member Ntsere, do you have a comment?
Yes, just a quick supplementary remark. Let me thank the MEC for a very comprehensive response, actually. Probably the first time I've ever had a comprehensive response from social development. However, I'm concerned with question C. If you say all the children who've gone through, or learners who've gone through the program, nobody's ever gone into rehab. But I also want to say, when you talk about the percentages, it doesn't talk what the baseline is. You just said the baseline is 43%. Please unpack, it's 43% of what? So I have an idea where the figures are talking to. And MEC, I am going to go to Ngaizivele. It's in Tembisa, and you know I'm a Tembisa girl. So I'm going to go and check how this program is actually working there, because I actually want to know that this Gimoja is truly, truly working. But I'm encouraged, but I'd like to see it in action for real. Thank you so much.
I think let's have a visit there together in Ngaizivele, so that Nama can sit then. Then I'll be able, even when we meet, to give you the baseline of what. So I'll give you that detailed information. But I'll definitely send a follow-up on what you are asking, the baseline of what, if we're asking that, so that we even know the number of children that has been in the session, in the course, and then what is the expectation, because that's a critical program that can only go to only those 4 schools that you have asked about. It must go across the schools where we have a problem. So I will appreciate that visit. Go with me, please. I will appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. You will take up the both of you on logistics of that. We thank you, colleagues. Member Mehwe to MEC Social Development. Member Mehwe. Member Mehwe. Okay, let's move on. We'll come back. Member Member Figwe. For Member Sasadinyane.
Thank you very much, DS. Let me get to the question, Member Sasadinyane. Please give me a second.
We're going to leave 2 days earlier than our eyelining, and I will send it to Ken.
Oh, computer yangenzelele.
Oh, you're acted.
Hey, it's stuckile kuma questions. But I'm getting it. Pardon me a bit. I be reading some.
Okay.
Eish.
Uteng kan?
Okay, I'm here.
Uteng
Thank
kan
you,
di
Gig.
member Zol.
Wait again, they were tweeting that thing. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. On behalf of Member Sisedinyane, Member Letswalo, following the brutal rape of a 13-year-old girl by a pastor in Rodiport, can the MEC for Social Development update the House on the following? One, whilst the department requires communities to be free of offenders, how many programs funded by the department aim at ensuring that members of the community are able to report instances of child abuse, child sexual abuse within their communities and stop such acts from occurring? Two, what measures has the department taken to mitigate the risk factors that cause child abuse, including gender discrimination, poverty, and drug abuse in families? Three, how does the department ensure that all child offenders convicted in Gauteng are registered in the National Register for Sex Offenders, the NRSO? What are the critical performance indicators that the department uses in evaluating the efficacy of their child protection and psychosocial support services? Lastly, what period of time does the department guarantee for providing counseling, trauma, and psychological support to child rape victims? Ngiyabonga, DS.
Siyabonga, Honorable Member, MEC.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The response to question one is that the department partners with 87 designated child protection organizations, which are funded by the department. Each DCPO is allocated demarcated areas across the province. These areas are shared between the department and the DCPOs, ensuring that all areas within the province are covered. The department and its partners rendered statutory and non-statutory children, child care and protection services to all children at risk of violence, neglect, abuse, and exploitation. The programs implemented aim to empower children and communities with information on recognizing and reporting all forms of abuse, as well as guidance on reporting mechanisms. Furthermore, through the marketing of programs and services, communities are made aware of the resources available and how to seek assistance for children that are in need of care and protection. However, to strengthen its accessibility to services, the department utilizes every available opportunity to share information on child protection matters through social media platforms, mainstream media, and community radio stations. Response to question two, the department's measures to mitigate the increase in child abuse cases are informed by intersectoral protocol on the prevention and management of violence, child abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Through this protocol, the department tracks specific indicators that are aligned to legislative compliance, interventions, implementation of assessment tools, and stakeholder collaboration. The intersectoral protocol serves as a framework to measure prevention and protection through the provision of 1, prevention and early intervention services, 2, response and support services, 3, care and support services rendered to vulnerable children. The department then provides a proper basket of services to mitigate child poverty. These services include the provision of dignity packs, school uniforms, food parcels, and hot meals to children. In addition, the department implements targeted anti-substance abuse prevention and awareness programs such as Gimoja, as well as treatment and support services for children and families affected by substance abuse. Response to 3, the Department of Social Development does not capture or submit information to the National Register for Sex Offenders. This function remains the responsibility of the judiciary following a guilty verdict and the imposition of a sentence against the offender. 4, the response to 4, the department's performance indicators are informed by the intersectoral protocol on the prevention and the management of violence, child abuse, neglect, and exploitation. Through this protocol, the department tracks indicators that are aligned to legislative compliance, interventions, and implementation of assessment tools and stakeholder collaboration. This protocol enables the department to evaluate prevention and protection outcomes through the provision of prevention and early intervention services, response and support services, as well as care and support services rendered to vulnerable children. So please see the attached fourth quarter report on the intersectoral protocol on the prevention and management of violence and child abuse and neglect on the exploitation, which I will submit it to member DS. Then 5, the response to 5 is the department considers all cases of abuse against children as a priority cases where the determination is made that a child is at the further risk if they remain in the current environment. Removal and placement are immediate. Counseling, trauma debriefing, and psychological support services are offered based on the children's emotional readiness. These services are arranged within 48 to 72 hours, depending on the readiness of the child and family and the family to receive support. If a child has been removed or placed in alternative care or required counseling, trauma, psychological support services are made available immediately. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I will definitely provide member with those monitoring tool of the intersectoral protocols that I spoke about earlier on, Madam Speaker, including the portal report for his attention. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Member Mfikwe, do you have a comment?
Just a comment, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much. MEC, thank you very much. We do note the work that the social development is doing in supporting families and victims of sexual or any other abuse. But I think we need to do more in mobilizing society, in protecting our kids, so that we don't react, but we do where we can prevent such actions happening on our girl children, even our boy children. At a point, we need to have a conversation about support that government is giving to the boy child. But we do appreciate all the work. MEC, keep it up. Thank you very much. Thanks, DS.
Thank you, Member Mfikwe, on behalf of Member Sedinyana. Member Abrahams.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy
Yes.
Speaker.
I put my hand up, Deputy Speaker. It's Member Tsaga.
Oh, didn't I ask for a comment from you? Sorry.
No, on this
Okay.
question, not.
Okay,
Thank you.
sorry about that. I confused it.
No worries. Thank you. 134 subsection 7. Thank you. I just wanted to say as a supplementary, as a remark.
Oh, you're fine.
So remember, Lizalo, DS, please protect me.
All right, sure.
Member Litsolo, please switch off your mic.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, DS.
Oh, sorry.
I just wanted to say through you, DS, to the MEC, please look into this. I'm standing with Member Mfikwe here. One of the questions I had asked previously was the fact that when the MPOs and even private institutions apply for vetting of caregivers, we found out that our caregivers are basically unrecognized and unregulated, and therefore they don't even go through the vetting process to ensure that they don't have criminal records, which includes even sexual offenses. So I think it's something that needs to be tightened to ensure that children are protected in this country. But also the collaboration to say nurses must be forced to report, teachers must be forced to report. Everybody that has an interaction with a child, if a child presents with some kind of a problem, these must be reported, so that there's an obligation on all those different departments so that everybody can be vigilant, including community as well. Thank you so much, DS.
Thank you. MEC, do you want to have a comment on this one?
Yes, ma'am. No, DS, we have noted this point that she's raising, and we'll definitely deal with it, because we've even raised it to the NPOs when we're giving them their SLAs, that we'll be visiting them. We need a report so that they can indicate who is in their books, where those people vetted, because some of them are sexual offenders themselves. So we'll definitely look into that issue. It's part of the issues now that we said to them we'll do a follow-up on. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Abrahams?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. On the 21st of April, the department is reported to have shut down an illegally operating drop-in center in Hillbrow in the city of Johannesburg. The drop-in center, although operating without the necessary accreditation, who is said to have assisted learners with homework and provided meals after school. Regarding the closure of this drop-in center, can the MEC please answer the following questions? Number one, was an investigation conducted in the center? Two, if yes, what were the findings of the investigation regarding the compliance issues? Three, how is the department mitigating the impact of this closure to ensure that the children previously assisted by the center continue to receive support? Four, will the department assist the center to become compliant, considering the urgent need for such services in the area? And lastly, how many legally operating drop-in centers exist within the city of Johannesburg, and where are they specifically located? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Member Abrahams. MEC?
Thank you, Madam DS. Yes, the first investigations was conducted on the 19th of April 2019. The second was conducted on the 13th of Feb 2023, and the most recent investigation took place on the 19th and the 20th of April 2026. The response to the second question is that the NPO is operating from a building classified as a problem property, as it appears abandoned and poorly maintained. Non-compliance with municipal bylaws was identified, including an uncertified kitchen used to prepare the meals, storage of expired food, the presence of rat feces, non-functional ablution facilities, and overall poor sanitation, rendering the building hazardous. There was no evidence or register of children assessing services at the NPO. The third point is that no documentation outlining services or activities rendered to children was available except for the organization's constitution. The fifth one was that information from the manager indicated that the NPO provides meals to children residing in the building after schools, and that these children reside with their parents. The other point was that no records were found of professionally qualified staff appointed to provide programs such as care or protection services for children. The last point that we picked up is that there was no documentary or proof of therapeutic interventions or psychosocial support services provided to children. No records were available to confirm the vetting of staff members working with the children. The response to the third point is that the department conducted assessment of all children assessing services at the facility to determine their individual circumstances. Findings indicated that the children receiving meals from the NPO reside with their parents who have their financial means to support them. The third point was that following assessment by social workers, the children were found not to be in need of care and protection. The last point, the response to the last, no, it's not the last, the second last. Fourth response, the NPO was issued with an instruction by the City of Joburg to cease operations with immediate effect due to non-compliance with municipal bylaws. You will see attached a document that we will forward to yourselves, a member. And then the department intends to support the City of Johannesburg's instruction to enforcement of the closure of the facility. The enforcement letter will be issued by the 20th of May 2026. The facility cannot operate with the current premises, from the current premises rather, and will not be able to achieve a compliance unless it relocates to a suitable building. Upon relocation, the NPO then may be assessed for registration as a partial care site in line with Section 77 of the Children's Act 38 of 2005. Partial care is provided when a person with or without a reward takes care of more than 6 children on behalf of their parents or caregivers during specific hours of day or night. The last response, Chair, which is 5, Within the city of Joburg, there are 5 registered drop-in centers. The first one is called Ikusasa Letu Youth Project, which is at the corner of Jan Dineker and Nyanda Street, Freedom Park, fully registered. Mount Olive, stand 2824, corner Primrose and Gold Street, Lihaye, fully registered. Klipspruit is the third one. Family Life Care, which is 27 Asley Road, Klipspruit West, 1811, fully registered. Push, which is the 1 Boundary Road, Kliptown, fully registered. Abraham Krill, Westbury Corner, Hay and Fuel Street, next to PP Garage, fully registered. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Member, do you have a comment?
No comment. Just a comment. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you very much, MEC, for the feedback. We really appreciate it. And thank you very much for your intensified response to the problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Member. MEC, do you want to comment briefly?
No comment, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Gentile? To the
Madam
MEC
Speaker,
infrastructure?
maybe before Member Mekwe had requested that we ask a question on her behalf. I'm not so sure whether you would permit for that to be the case.
Okay, you should have indicated before I passed from this one of social development. Okay, it's fine. Let me permit you so that we go to Gentile. Member Gentile. Yes, Member.
Or should I proceed?
Yes.
Okay, teen mental health, anxiety, depression, bullying, online abuse, violence, and cyberbullying are contributing factors to suicides amongst the learners. In South Africa, 9% of all teenager deaths are due to suicide. In respect of that statement, can the MEC for Social Development answer the following questions? Number 1, what is the ratio of social workers to learners in public schools across the Gauteng? Number 2, does the department have statistics about the learner suicide incidents in Gauteng by districts? If so, which areas are identified as hotspots? And lastly, what collaborations exist between the Department of Social Development and the Department of Education to ensure that children who come from indigent families have access to mental health professionals, including psychologists? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
MEC?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The response to question 1, Madam Speaker, is that the current modality for the provision of school social work services is 1 social worker to 39 schools, noting that some social workers also perform additional responsibilities, such as field work, intake, and statutory social work services. Overall, the department has 117 social workers dedicated to provide school social work services across approximately 2,074 public schools in Gauteng. To address this anomaly, the department, when issuing designation certificates to child protection organizations, includes a condition of designation requiring designated child protection organization to render services, namely prevention, awareness, and early intervention services in schools located within their demarcated areas. The second response, Madam Speaker, is that the department does not currently have statistical data on learner suicide incidents in Gauteng disaggregated by district. Efforts to obtain such data from the Gauteng Department of Education were not successful. However, the department will continue to endeavor to obtain that required data, including the identification of hotspot areas. Learner suicide incidents are referred to non-profit organizations that partner directly with the GDE to respond on such crisis interventions. The response to the third question is the Department of Social Development and the Gauteng Department of Education have a memorandum of agreement in place. Key elements of the MOA that provide for the mental health support of the learners include 1, identification of learners requiring support, 2, crisis intervention and rapid response. 3, containment of learners found to be at risk. 4, removal and placement of learners when necessary. 5, referral and linkage to specialized services. 6, home and family visits as well as parent and family support services. 7, trauma debriefing. 8, therapeutic interventions. 9, referrals to multidisciplinary team interventions, which is psychologists appointed by the department then, are available to provide services to learners referred to psychological assessment. You know, Madam Speaker, we COSAs always have one word that we'll never pronounce properly. And interventions in addition, the Gauteng Department of Education has partnered with external service providers such as Childline, the Teddy Bear Foundation, and the South African Depression and Anxiety Group to provide emergency support to us. And these partners further complement the services rendered by the department and its designated child protection organizations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Member Letsolo.
I think the response is substantive. The only thing is that we may need to strengthen the area of compacting between the departments, particularly as it relates to data sourcing, so that you can enable a thorough going and planning and responsive, responsiveness to the rise in the number of teenage suicides. But other than that, I think I'm comfortable. Thanks.
Thank you, MSA.
I fully agree with you, Advocate, because it's one of the issues that we have picked up. In fact, we are going to have our own database that we are going to do, even if it may not be complete, so that it complements what the department is doing. Because if we have social workers that are working in those schools, definitely they must have that data because they need to collaborate with those that are in schools. We're arranging a meeting with the MEC so that we can start partnering and make sure that collaborative and interaction between the two departments is critical and it's important. We need that data because it will help us even ourselves to make follow-ups to those centers where we have those children. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Gentile, on my behalf.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker, and good afternoon to the honorable members on the platform. And I ask a question on behalf of Honorable Mhlakaza Manamela of the African National Congress to the member of Executive Council for Infrastructure and Development that over a sustainable period of years and under the ANC-led government of provincial unity, Gauteng provincial government has consistently increased its capital project through infrastructure and job creation. As highlighted during the SOPA 2026 address, Gauteng is investing in the future by targeting 80 new schools to expand access to quality and inclusive education. I ask then the 5 following questions to the MEC of Infrastructure: that in which corridors will these schools be constructed or upgraded? The second question, what is the monetary value of the 18 schools combined? All, and what are the number of jobs estimated to be produced during this construction phase of the project? And of course, targeting women, people with disabilities, and the youth. Number 4, what impact and social value addition will these interventions deliver? And the last question, what mechanisms are in place to ensure that they are built and these schools are built and are delivered on time with minimal interruptions and there is value for money retained? Thank you so much, the Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC Mamabolo.
Yes, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, let me thank you for the question and acknowledge the question that is being asked on your behalf. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question that you have asked, indeed, it's a very important. I think there's There's an echo. I'm not sure if it comes from my side. I think it could be Honorable Shabalala. Now, I was saying, Madam Deputy Speaker, the question you have asked indeed is at the center of the Premier State of the Province address, and of course quite critical. As you correctly stated, and I agree with you, on the overall strategic interventions by the African National Congress and of course the government of provincial unity that it leads. And we actually welcome this very profound intervention to build 18 schools in our province. And as you would have heard, MEC Maide provided quite extensive information earlier in the day when he was answering on this aspect when it was answered. And I would respectively say that I think he has covered quite immense ground on this particular question relating to the 8 schools. And of course, as the MEC would have correctly indicated, the schools are really being delivered by the Gauteng Department of Education and working in partnership with our entity, the Gauteng Infrastructure Financing Agency, GIFA, which over the years it managed to work with the Department of Education and Treasury to secure the funding for these 18 schools. So the entire construction is really driven, monitored, and being implemented by the Department of Education as led by MEC Maide. And but having said that as well, just one of the issues, just to confirm to you that all the corridors in the province are covered according to, and of course subject to confirmation, Western, Central, Eastern, Northern corridor, South. So all of them are here. And to that extent, I would really like to assure you that GIFA is working with the department. And as you might be aware already, one of the schools is almost to be handed over, if not already. So let me not go further, except just to confirm that we are working through GIFA with the department, but this project is driven by the Department of Education. With respect to impact and job creation, clearly the department, and given the value that is driven here, is making positive transformative impact on the people that in terms of ANC revolutionary policy, which is policy of government, are now beneficiaries of massive interventions. Women, people with disability, military veterans, and the youth. And of course, people broadly in general, SMMEs. Today, we're unveiling the construction fund with the Minister of Small Business Development and Deputy Minister of National Public Works. And to that extent, these programs do have a major impact on bringing the necessary revenue and income to households and to the people. I'm quite sure that the department working with GIFA and of course with us providing all support, we should be able to take this forward. And I think this is a clear demonstration that MEC Maide was referring to, of diversifying your risk and also looking at alternative sources of funding, because indeed this money was raised from alternative sources, unlike the traditional conventional forms of funding. So to that extent, I hope this provide the comfort and the clarity that indeed ANC leads. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Poho to MEC Finance.
Thank you very much, Chair. And greetings once again, MEC and the collective. This is directed to the MMC for Finance. Insofar as failed infrastructure projects are concerned, Gauteng has recorded over 55 multi-million rand projects now classified as distressed. In the past financial year, the Oversight Committee on Infrastructure Development visited several projects that had either missed their dates of completion, had went severely over budget, or had discontinued completely contracts with the main contractors and were in a strained process to appoint new ones. This paints a clear picture of a province with a chronic infrastructure crisis. In light of this, may the MEC please explain, one, what are the key steps that the Department of Finance intends to take to remedy the crisis of abandoned and/or ailing infrastructure projects that have either resulted in a complete loss of funds for the province or continue to cost the province? And two, what are the critical commonalities in the disruption of infrastructure projects across the province, and how does the department plan on averting these challenges going forward? Thank you. I hope I was audible.
Yes, you were audible, member. MEC, please respond.
Thank you very much. Greetings, Deputy Speaker. Greetings to the sitting Speaker, the Premier, the Leader of Government Business, honorable members, and the support staff. We must admit that most of the projects identified, or at least classified as distressed, have honestly not been completed within the planned scope. They've not completed in accordance to the contractual timelines, the project control cost budgets, as well as they've not adhered to quality standards, both by the main and subcontractors. And there's neither been an adherence to municipal land use rights and the building regulations, both appointed implementing agencies and/or professional services. On the first question, the response is as follows, and that is we have introduced measures that have been applicable from as early as the 1st of August in 2025. And that was made to improve and to strengthen not only just planning and procurement, but also the implementation of infrastructure projects that were purely aimed at, and this was purely aimed at improving quality, cost effectiveness, statutory compliance, and timely completion of these projects. We have since then introduced instruction notes, and there are 4 in totality. The first one would have been the infrastructure performance and cost circular. The second one would have been the implementing agents, 01 of 2024-25 financial year. The third one would have been the professional service providers. And the fourth one would have been acquirement of immovable assets, 03 of 2025-2026 financial year. Now, the measures also address many of the root causes that result in the projects that are classified as distressed. And they will in future seek to prevent the loss of funds. It also includes additional control gates to ensure that financial commitments are not entered into, and that prior to projects being ready to proceed in terms of all relevant statutory and other related requirements. The relevant provincial departments are also thoroughly working together under the leadership of the Office of the Premier to complete the projects that are classified as distressed and to ensure that occupancy certificates are issued where there is completion and where it's applicable. In reference to the second question, We are of the view as the Treasury that the critical commonalities in disruption of infrastructure projects, amongst many other reasons, would be the entering into financial commitments prior to site readiness, or the adherence to municipal land use rights and building regulations, and poor performance by the service providers we have appointed. There are also many cases where valid invoices are not paid on time, and where appointed service providers experience cash flow challenges due to poor management of their own finances. There are also projects where community and related social disruptions impact negatively on progress. There is now what you would call the 30%ers out there. The challenges being experienced in the disruption of infrastructure projects should be addressed by the departments responsible for the planning and the execution of the infrastructure projects and related property management issues. We've been exercising control over the implementation of the budget, and we enforce the efficiency and the transparent use of the financial resources. So in this regard, as we had indicated previously, as the Provincial Treasury, we've already issued out specific measures to promote effective and efficient use of infrastructure financial resources and to prevent a repetitive reoccurrence of the challenges identified in these distressed projects. The departments, such as the provincial departments, as well as their entities and implementing agencies in the form of entities and municipalities that might be appointed by the provincial departments and entities, have an obligation to apply due diligence on the use of the finances in such a manner that it provides value for money. This forms an integral part of the strategy that we have enforced to ensure that there is a thorough maintenance of financial stability within the fiscus and presents a budget where expenditure matches financial commitments. The instruction notes, which we have cited previously, they are there to reduce unnecessary costs that are associated with infrastructure projects. Timeous payments of valid invoices have been strengthened, and we have done that through the prescribing of the issuing of system-generated purchase orders against contractual commitments, and this by the infrastructure budget holders that must take full responsibility and accountability for the direct payments of all invoices against these purchase orders that they would have sanctioned. I hope this answers your question in our attempt to try and ensure that we do corrective measures and what would have been identified as distressed projects, and equally as well as a way forward for future perspective in terms of infrastructure development. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, MEC. Member Poho.
Thank you very much, MEC, for the elaborate response. We appreciate the comprehensive response, and we would only hope that these efforts would include consequence management, especially on the part of officials that facilitate these processes that award money to service providers that don't do work. There's a case in point of a Kutsong clinic, which has been under construction for more than 10 years, and it keeps on getting a budget, however, it's not functioning. So there was even an investigation that one of those service providers, it was proved that they were overcharging, and we don't know to what extent are these kinds of people still doing business with the Gauteng government. And we can only hope that through your efforts, MEC, that you are able to root out these sort of elements that are a stumbling block. To even have a category called distressed project is alarming, to say the least. And we do really hope that in your process of following the money, you are able to find the culprits and ensure that they don't find themselves in a system again in a different corner. Thank you very much.
Thank you. MEC.
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And we do acknowledge and welcome the submission that the Honorable Koketsopo would have submitted to us. We will definitely look into those isolated as well respective projects and take them up through the necessary departments as well as the process of internal auditing. And whereas there's a thorough need for us to take these up through some form of further due diligence in terms of identifying anything untowards, inclusive of the quantification of the value for money. We'll do that through the audit processes and through the engagements with the respective departments and escalate the findings thereof, which are and not limited to and inclusive of actually even holding the directors as well as companies liable through even blacklisting, but also holding our own people internally to account for any mismanagement of state resources. So definitely we are admissible and would definitely advance that particular struggle to ensure that we limit the abuse of state resources. Thank you.
Thank you, MEC. Honorable Masilela, I like this flow, Member Pohon Masilela. They will understand what I mean by saying I like this flow or sequence. Russia King. Masilela, Member Masilela, you still there?
Thank you, Speaker. Greetings to the House. Speaker, we apologize for the inconvenience, but we humbly request for written response from the MEC of Finance for a full detailed response on this question. Can it be a written response? Thank you.
Member Masilela?
Deputy Speaker.
Yes, I heard you. I'm saying just for the record, can you just read it out? Then, of course, the MEC will give a written reply.
I can't hear you, Speaker. I was just stating that we humbly request that the MEC of Finance.
I heard you. I heard you. I'm saying for the record, if it's in front of you, the question, can you read it for the record? Then you will reply in a written
Okay,
form.
noted. Thank you. Yeah, andinayo.
We funda for the record. Then you will reply in a written form as you requested.
Okay. We'll do so. From the 16th of February till the 20th of February, members of the Multi-Party Women's Caucus attended the training on advancing gender responsive budgeting, exploring AI and its implication in parliamentary work. The workshop held in Italy provided members of the House invaluable insights in terms of gender responsive budgeting. Considering this engagement and with a specific reference to the Gauteng provincial government's approach to gender responsive budget, can the MEC answer the following? What concrete steps has the Gauteng provincial government taken to institutionalize gender responsive budget across all departments? Does the province have a formal gender responsive budget framework? How does the provincial treasury measures and track expenditure that directly benefits women? To what extent is a gender disaggregated data used to inform budget planning and resources allocation? And following the recent international training, what immediate reforms will be implemented to strengthen gender responsive budgeting in Gauteng? I thank you.
Thank you. MEC, a request has been made. Are we agreed?
No, thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. We appreciate the question and we shall duly oblige to the resolution that we submit this in writing. Needless to say, in just summary, we do have the 2025 MTAF budget guidelines and Section 7, which speaks specifically to gender responsive budgeting, and it outlines. However, we are going to take that perspective of ensuring that we submit our responses written. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Hickling.
Thank you so much, Deputy Speaker. This is for the member of the Executive Council for Finance on behalf of Honourable Waters. With regards to the reply to question 5.FN007, where the MEC confirms that the City of Ekurhuleni owes Eskom approximately 7 billion rand accumulated in just 90 days, yet indicates that this does not trigger an intervention in terms of Section 139 of the Constitution, please explain if a debt of this magnitude does not warrant an intervention, what does? Thank you so much.
MEC.
Thank you once more, Deputy Speaker. Please send my love once more, Honourable, to Honourable Waters. I would have loved to have this interaction with him. Tell him that we love him very much. In response to a question that he would have written to us, and subsequently we responded to, we do confirm that the City of Ekurhuleni does owe, at least at the end of February 2026, they had a debt of about 6.9 billion, which was in the main over the 70 days period in terms of the age analysis. However, according to the March 2026, in the submission in relation to Section 41 of the MFMA report, which was a direct report from Eskom, there was a significant reduction in the debt older than 90 days, which has seen a decrease from 6.9 billion to 2.6 billion as of March 2026. This then reflected the reduction of more than 63%, suggesting that the city has made substantial payments in an attempt to reduce this outstanding debt. The remaining 2.6 billion is subject to an existing payment arrangement that is between the two parties, which is Eskom and the City of Ekurhuleni, covering the period of March 2026 to September 2027, in accordance at least to their own arrangement that they would have formulated. While the city is also expected to continue servicing its currently monthly account obligations. Furthermore, the Treasury, as the Treasury, we have escalated the matter as well to National Treasury because oversight of metropolitans fall within the mandate of National Treasury. National Treasury has noted that the city has not yet met the threshold outlined in Section 140 of the MFMA for a determination of a serious or persistent material breach of financial commitments. Nonetheless, National Treasury will conduct a comprehensive assessment of the city's financial position based on the 2024-25 financial year in terms of audited financial statements, as well as the comparison with the 2025-26 media performance report that is submitted in terms of Section 72 of the MFMA. This assessment will also consider financial governance and service delivery performance, and its outcomes will assist as to whether to determine the overall financial sustainability and the governance position of the City of Ekurhuleni, both financial and non-financial performances. I hope this response is comprehensive enough for your intake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, MEC. Your love for Honorable Waters is on hindsight, is captured on hindsight as well. So it will be communicated either way. We've come to the last part of the first part. The second part will be written questions for oral explanation. to be tabled in the House. These are questions that have not been answered, that have been coming to the House. No as a reply, excuse me, no replies have been given in the main. But before
Mr.
that,
Speaker?
let me yes, I'll note you just now. I'll recognize you just now. There's an apology sent earlier by Member Alberts, but I also want to request members of those that were members of the parties, if they're able to ask questions on behalf of those who are supposed to have presented or rather asked questions. Member Musai, Kokta 011, N Mukobe, Kokta 012, P Makwala, HS 007, Mihwe has been taken care of. So if there is anybody from those, from the different parties or committee members that have been asked to do, I'm giving a second chance before we move on. Member Abrahams?
So remember, Deputy Speaker, it was Member Ntsege.
Yeah, Member Ntsege, you are noted. I'll come to you. I just want to get this.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member Abrahams?
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yes, I will then read the question of Honorable Philip Makwala.
Okay, please do.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There has been sustained and growing public outcry over housing applications who have remained on the provincial waiting list since as far as back as 1994, with many having yet to receive any form of housing assistance, despite the democratic government's long-standing commitment to adequate housing for all. This raised serious concerns about the fairness, transparency, and efficiency of the housing allocation system in Gauteng, particularly in relation to the treatment of long-standing applicants who continue to be overlooked. In light of this, can the MEC please answer the following? First question, how many housing applicants have been on the provincial waiting list since 1994? 2, does the department have a special category or prioritization mechanism of applicants who have been waiting since 1994? 3, what measures is the department implementing to fast-track the delivery of houses to these long-standing beneficiaries? 4, what investigations has the department undertaken in cases where applicants were allocated houses, but those houses are currently occupied by other individuals? And lastly, what consequence management measures have been implemented against officials or beneficiaries found to have been involved in irregular or unlawful occupation of allocated houses? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
MEC, can you respond? Is MEC still on the platform? Okay, Member Abrahams, let's defer it to the sitting next week because I get a sense the MEC is not either on the platform or they've got connectivity problems.
Noted, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Before I go to Member Ntsege, for Musai and Member Mukobe. All right, Member Ntsege.
Thank you, DS. I just wanted to do a follow-up. In the sitting of the 28th of April, there were 2 questions that were outstanding that were when the sitting ended, they hadn't been asked. And I was wondering when those will be addressed, or are they going to come through now because they're not on the order paper, or will you pack them for next week as well?
Okay, because I don't know what those questions are, let me go to the second but last part of it, then you'll see from there if that's what you're asking is taken care of or not. Is that fine?
May I propose, Deputy Speaker, that you add them to next week, because I don't know whether, since they're not on the order paper, the MEC might not have prepared them for today, but to ask it to be prepared for next week.
Okay. Does the MEC have those questions?
We're from the 28th.
Just for our purposes, who might not know which MEC and all that.
It's MEC Ralo Hukus, Deputy Speaker, thank you.
Orally, okay. All right. It's questions for oral reply. Can I just have a second to flip through?
Can give you the question numbers.
Okay. You can.
One is 4SD009 from Member Mazabadela. And so I'm just paging through.
Yeah, I'm also paging through. It's not there,
And then
this one, 009.
from last, the 28th, yes. And then there's one also from myself. Sorry, Speaker, I want to give you the question number so you have it. My apologies, I'm just rummaging through that order paper quickly. So I
Okay,
give
fine.
you the correct thing. It's
009 is the
4SD008.
Okay, both are not on the paper, but because
So that's why I
MEC
was
is here.
asking if they could please respond to them next week, if you can add them to the order paper for next week, because I don't think it's fair that they come up. Maybe the MEC is not ready for them today.
Okay.
Thank you,
Amanda.
Deputy.
That is noted. Just that uske wangijaka yabona. I was coming to the second part so that I don't now jump. I was wanting to
Chief
introduce
Deputy
again
Speaker.
that the oral replies are done. Now we're on written questions. We're on written questions. So I was going to check from there. So I thought maybe what you wanted to ask is in relation to the session that I've closed or that I'm done with. Anyway, that's fine. I think the MEC has noted what you've said, what you've requested. Now we are asking questions.
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yes, MEC.
With your permission, and I know this can be granted, you know, that I know you can grant it with the powers you have, that the two questions I have, and considering that the legislature has no rules on the backlog and the workload from previous, can I submit these questions and consider them as the parts are on read? Be submitted and be considered as dealt with, please. So that there's no backlog, Madam Deputy Speaker, please.
You want to respond now? Do you have those responses now? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm just wish somebody could. I thought, Honorable, yeah, I was just wishing somebody will ask on their behalf so that
Can I do
I
that?
can, yeah.
Yes. Can I ask on their behalf?
What I'm gonna order, is it because we're finishing? You're just speaking, all of you now. What's happening? That's fine. Are you going to take care of the two questions that he's speaking about, or that he requests MEC to be asked?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Go ahead. Then I'll come to the rest of the other ones.
Okay.
We're waiting for a reply as well. Okay. You can ask.
Thank you very much, DS. On behalf of Member Musai, to the MEC for COGTA, Gauteng Department of COGTA and Traditional Affairs is providing leadership in the coordination of municipalities and provincial government towards fast-tracking service delivery at a municipal level. This work includes supporting the G13 Friday service delivery operations across all 5 corridors of our province. Can the MEC please answer the following questions? 1, what progress has been achieved thus far by this intervention in helping municipalities such as the city of Joburg to turn around the tide on service delivery, especially in areas of water and electricity provision? 2, how are the interventions by the department helping in that service delivery gaps helping in that service delivery gaps are identified and all much needed resources are mobilized through IGR platforms. The third one, how many G13 Friday campaigns were planned from March to May 2026, and in which areas will this intervention take place? And the last one, of those G13 Fridays campaigns, how many have taken place to date? Thank you, DS.
Thank you. Those questions are the ones that have been outstanding, right? The ones
Yes,
that MEC,
Madam
okay.
Deputy Speaker.
You
Yes.
can reply.
Sincere thanks to you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and Honorable Member Mfikwe. Thanks very much. I really thank you. The reply to the first question, I think Shabalala is still not muted. Honorable Shabalala is not muted. The reply to the first one, very quickly, without taking time, is that the G Friday service delivery operations, which are in line with the previous G13+2 identified challenges, focus on integrated service delivery responses such as infrastructure repairs, to this extent electricity, water, cleaning and bylaw enforcement during operations in municipalities such as the City of Joburg. Inner city operations address aging infrastructure such as burst pipes, water leaks, and vandalized water infrastructure. On electricity, the focus during G13 Friday service delivery operations is usually on cutting illegal connections, infrastructure maintenance, such as repairing street lights and traffic lights. Through partnership between City Power and Jozi, there's been installation of solar lights on several streets in the CBD. And we do give a breakdown of these around legislature. LED lights about 50, solar panel 36, and inverter plant about 2, battery 1, and we give the numbers on Simon, 30 Simon, Corner House, Treasury, Tusanong, SA PEM building, Old Reserve Bank building. Other infrastructure repair work done includes reinstatement of pavement and sidewalk potholes, unblocking drainage systems, and many other issues that are included there. The second question about the interventions. There are 2 intergovernmental structures that have been established for this purpose, and that's where Honorable Mfikwe, all these things are planned and decided upon. We run a weak end-to-end IGR system in order to integrate and work with our municipalities precisely to attend to the G17 problems. On number 3, quickly, the breakdown here, which is provided, I must say, we have not yet received full reports from our local municipalities, but you'll see that in total, it is about 14 G13 Fridays from March to May 2026, as you asked. We indicate City of Ekurhuleni, how many were there, and of course, those that in the City of Joburg, and then of course, City of Tshwane. All in all, it's 14. And we do a breakdown. Last part of the question, how many have taken place? We have answered that, and we're saying this is inclusive of mayoral service delivery operations. Remember, Honorable Mfikwe, that the mayors are also running, including with MMCs, various operations and activities, like in the City of Joburg, where they address major service delivery activities. And some of these happen together with law enforcement operations side by side. So we are satisfied with the G13 service delivery activities that happens mainly on Fridays. This we will strengthen and improve, and we're inviting the legislature and everybody to join various municipalities that are driving these initiatives. Thank you very much, Deputy Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me see. Member Mfikwe, is there a follow up there?
No, Andina Umbono, Madam. Thank you.
MEC, you are also fine?
I'm grateful. Thanks very much.
You said there were 2. So does this sum up your entire request, or is there another one following?
There's another one for Member Mokhobe, Madam. I can take it as well. The
Okay, so
second one.
So we're done with MEC infrastructure. Okay.
No,
Member
no, it's still
Mgobe.
him, Kokta.
Or it's coming from, okay. Please ask.
Yes, yes. On behalf of Member Mokhobe, the ANC has declared 2026 the year of decisive action to fix local government and transform the economy. Municipalities are the sphere of government closest to the people. They are responsible for basic services such as water, sanitation, refuse removal, roads, and local economic development. You fix one municipality, communities feel it even more. The revised draft white paper on local government is part of a national reform process to strengthen municipalities as part so that they can deliver better services more efficiently, responsibly, and sustainably. Can the MEC please indicate one, what was the purpose of engagement held on the 3rd of March 2026 at OR Tambo Premier Hotel? And two, what was the scope and value of the engagement with stakeholders, both public and private, in giving meaning to the process of fixing municipalities? And the last one, what were the highlights of this session and policy amendments that GPG sponsored during the sessions? Thanking Abangam DS.
Thank you, Mamfikwe. MEC.
Yes, with your permission, Madam Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. You can clearly see that in the House, only the ANC is working, only ANC is working. The DA flat like a tire in the boot of a car. Now, with respect to the first part of the question, the engagement, that is the engagement convened by the National Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs is aimed to bring together key stakeholders, political parties, traditional leaders, business representatives, youth and women organizations, organizations advocating for persons with disabilities, civil society organizations. The purpose of this high-level stakeholder engagement was to discuss the revised draft white paper on local government. And with respect to the second question, the scope and value of the engagement, our reply is that the stakeholders were provided with the opportunity to contribute to the revised white paper on local government by presenting firstly the key reforms, proposals outlined in the first draft reviewed white paper, highlighting priority reform areas, but also getting feedback from the stakeholders. Thirdly, the highlights of this session, the very first one, is that the white paper process must thoroughly review and address all fundamental issues and challenges facing local government, and there should be no holy cows. The second one, the white paper process must embed the principle of differentiation in its approach to the new system of local government. And thirdly, the white paper process must be inclusive and conducted in a manner that ensures the views of communities and other stakeholders are heard and respected. And one last but one, the design of the new system must be grounded in current reality, address current challenges while positioning itself to respond to global challenges and future trends. Lastly, the white paper process must force all of us to think anew, come up with out-of-the-box solutions, but remain evidence-based. Thank you very much. That concludes the remaining questions on my side, and I'd like to thank you very much. ANC leads, ANC lives. Thank you.
Thank
You are a
MEC.
flat tire.
Okay. Thank you, member. Is there a follow-up, Member Mfikwe?
No, I don't. DS, thank you very much. ANC doesn't it lead. ANC that leaves. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Let's proceed.
She is a flat tire.
MEC Mutara, did you capture the question?
I did, Deputy Speaker. I'm ready to respond if the member is ready to ask.
Yeah, you're taking me back now. I forgot which member, but I remember you were supposed
Member
to.
Makwala.
Oh, Member Makwala, yes. Member Abrahams, yes. Ma'am Abrams, you did read the question. If you can reread for MEC to respond. I can go. Now, Member Abrams is no longer there. Member Abrahams, but she did read the question, I think. You can respond, MEC. The question was read. If you also say you captured it.
Yes, I did. Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and to the question from the EFF. The response to the first part of the question is as follows, that the department has 192,639 beneficiaries who were registered in 1996 on the National Housing Needs Register. The National Housing Needs Register only commenced in 1996. The response to the second part of the question is that based on the housing allocation policy, the allocation process prioritizes beneficiaries who applied between 1996 and 1999 by reserving the largest portion of available housing units for applicants within this category. The response to the third part of the question is that the housing allocation policy allocates a dedicated percentage to different categories to address the issue. The fourth part of the question is that specific details are required to respond adequately to this matter. Clarification is needed on whether the other individuals are occupying the property with the permission of the homeowner or whether this constitutes a case of house hijacking. If the matter relates to house hijacking or unlawful occupation without the owner's consent, this may constitute a criminal offense and the property owner should report the matter to the relevant law enforcement authorities for investigation and appropriate action. The department can also assist in this regard by directing the beneficiary on what is the appropriate steps to be taken. And the response to the last part of the question is that the department is actively utilizing the anti-corruption hotline and other reporting platforms to address all forms of illegality associated with housing matters. At present, the department is not aware of any official who may be unlawfully involved in the irregular or unlawful occupation of the house in question. However, should specific details and supporting information be provided, the department will be able to investigate and attend to the matter accordingly. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave it at that because Member Abrams is not here to make a follow-up. Thank you. I want us to get to the last part, which is risk. Thank you for your participation, MECs and all of you members.
Yeah, I put my hand up. I've had my hand up for about quite a while.
Who's speaking?
Member Engelbrecht.
Member Engelbrecht. Okay. Where do you want to follow on this, or you are going back to your question?
Going back to my questions. Yeah, Chair, I was unfortunately indisposed. I've got 3 questions, and if the MECs are available, I'll be very grateful if they can answer it. The one is environment, and the one is for agriculture, and the one is for health and wellness. I can give you their numbers.
Okay. The question that I'd like
really
you to ask
appreciate
for
it.
now. Okay. The one that I'd like you to ask for now, is the one directed to MEC Rural Development. That's when I was looking for you at the time. And I'll allow you to carry on with the rest of the things. When I've started this second part, I want to. So do
Which
you
one
have,
is that? Which one is that?
It's number something. I can't see what the number now. Can't find rather. But
Which
it
portfolio?
It was directed to MEC Agriculture and Rural Development.
Okay. That
in the
is
speakers list, yeah.
ARD 008.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me just get there. Let me just get to the page. Just give me a sec. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I really appreciate it. Let me just get there. Okay. Deputy Speaker, in terms of agriculture and rural development, I'd like to ask the MEC if she could please indicate in terms and with regards to African swine fever, could the MEC please indicate, number one, have any cases of African swine fever been reported in Gauteng? Secondly, how much in rands and cents has been lost to African swine fever? Thirdly, what support is being provided by farmers affected by African swine fever? And lastly, what measures are in place to curb the spread of African swine fever? Thank you, Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Ramokgopa. MEC. Okay, Member Engelbrecht, let's defer it to next week, Tuesday. The MEC seems not to be on the platform. Then,
and then the other two questions as
the
well.
other two questions were because I only remember once when I was looking for you, it was on this question. Then the rest of, the other two, are they previous questions or it's questions now that we'll get into for written? In fact, I will not even reply on those ones.
Yes, it's old questions that haven't been replied.
Okay, directed to which MEC?
The one is health and the other one is environment.
Okay, we will hear from her if she is, because you're saying it's old question. Old questions allow you to ask, then she'll indicate her readiness or the availability of the replies. Okay, go ahead and ask.
Can I ask the environment one first?
She is not responding, Member Engelbrecht.
Okay. And then health?
Yes, Member MEC Health.
Deputy Speaker.
Can I be allowed to follow and concentrate, please, colleagues? Just be patient with me. Member Engelbrecht, as you can remember, MEC environment. Oh, sorry, I'm confusing environment with MEC Port. Are you here?
I'm here, Deputy Speaker. I was just indicating
apologies, much apologies. In my mind, I thought it's MEC Ramokgopa who's meant for our environment. I apologize. You can answer.
Ask the questions, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. It's been a long day. With regard to food poisoning, could the MEC please indicate, firstly, has the department developed a coordinated response plan with other departments to address recent food poisoning incidents involving children near schools? Secondly, has the department received confirmation about which toxic substances were involved in these incidents? Thirdly, what steps are being taken to regulate the sale and the use of highly toxic pesticides in Gauteng? Fourthly, how many inspections of spaza shops or informal food vendors near schools have been conducted since January 2024? Fifthly, how many vendors were found to be non-compliant with food safety regulations during these inspections? And then what enforcement action was taken against vendors selling unsafe food or hazardous substances near schools? And then number seven, how many environmental health inspectors are currently employed to monitor food safety in Gauteng? And then has the department assessed whether poor waste management rodent infestations are contributing to the misuse of toxic pesticides in community? Number 9, what public awareness campaigns have been launched to our communities and to warn them about the dangers of using agricultural pesticides for rodent control? And lastly, what measures are being implemented to ensure that food sold near schools is safe for learners? I thank you.
Thank you, Member. MEC Porter.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, I do have a response that is prepared in front of me now, but I note that this question was also for response as to why the written questions were not submitted. So would you like me to start with that particular answer, or would you just like me to answer the question directly?
Answer what is available before you.
Right. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you, Member Engelbrecht, for the question. The matters regarding the food safety regulations and human health impacts fall outside the mandates of the MEC for Environment. The appropriate authority to respond to the matters concerning aflatoxin contamination, food recalls, and public health is the National Department of Health, Gauteng Department of Health, and the municipalities. The regulation of foodstuffs, contaminants, and the subsequent health implications for the public is governed by the national legislation such as the Foodstuffs, Cosmetic and Disinfectants Act 54 of 1972, which is administered by the Department of Health at both national and provincial levels. The Gauteng Department of Health's environmental health practitioners are responsible for ensuring food safety standards are met, conducting inspections, and managing public health crises related to the foodborne illnesses, including communicating with the public and tracking public health statistics. Therefore, the question should be formally redirected to the Office of the MEC for Gauteng Department of Health for an accurate and reliable response. Deputy Speaker and Member Engelbrecht, that should deal with all of the questions from 1 to 10. Thank you very much.
Member Engelbrecht.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much. And thank you, MEC, for that comprehensive reply. I'll certainly be redirecting those questions. Thank you very, very much.
Okay, no, now we are proceeding. Thanks, members, for proceeding now. In terms of Rule 1375, which reads, I quote, if a question for written reply is not replied to within the stipulated time frame, and no extension is requested by a member of the Executive Council during the next question day, the relevant member of the Executive Council must provide an oral explanation in the House for his or her failure to reply to the questions and still hand over the written reply to the table. MECs are kindly requested not to reply to the question, but to provide an oral explanation for their failure to reply to the question and forward the reply to the table. I'll start MEC Health. I'll just read the numbers. It's questions 005, 015, 022, 023, 027, 028, 035, 037, 038, 039, 040, 043, 044, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 56, 57, 58, 60, 61, 62, 63, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, and 70. I call on the MEC Mazibuko.
Thank you very much, Somlomo. We wish to indicate ukuthi siyaxolisa kakhulu ukuthi answers were not submitted on time. Others are very old questions. So we had to clean up the system and ensure that we are up to date with the department. Others extensions will have been requested due to information being sought. But in all, Madam Deputy Speaker, if you will be able to check through proceedings, we will have submitted all the answers that come from all those. In total, there are 40, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Yes, something like that, yes.
Yeah, so lapayana kubo Ralph Lapak proceedings, Madam Deputy Speaker, the answers we will have sent them. It's just that they arrived late when the cutoff time for submission of answers will have passed. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Okay, for the record, let me read. MEC Mazibuko must electronically send all the replies to the table, as of course, as you indicated. Let's have those sent to the table, and we are able to proceed and get the answers, 40 and many as they are, for our purposes, for all of us, for the benefit of all of us. Thank you. MEC Environment. Ms. Botha, kindly give us an oral explanation on NV011.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, this question is the question that I've just answered regarding foodstuff. Deputy Speaker, I think that there was some confusion around this particular question because the question had found application late last year. I believe it started with a question around peanut butter and contaminants around that, and it was scheduled for an oral question in the House. I was present to answer, but at that time, the oral questions had rolled over. We had submitted a written response that was signed at the time. The question was then submitted and withdrawn again this year. So I think that there was just some confusion, particularly as well as pertains to the jurisdiction that my department has around these things. And I know that that still needs to be answered. But we have previously submitted a written answer. And we have now again, Madam Speaker, this week submitted the same answer, which I read in the House today. So I think there may just have been some confusion around that, but the written answer has been submitted. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Okay. Very much appreciated, and apology for that kind of confusion. But otherwise, thanks for giving us the oral reply today. It should be now noted that it's no longer for written questions to be answered orally. Thank you. Colleagues, members, staff and everybody, Baduli ba Gauteng, this brings us to the close of our sitting, and the next sitting will be on Tuesday next week, the 19th of May. I wish you a good afternoon further or a good evening. Thank you very much.